Good afternoon, everyone. I see people are slowly connecting to the webinar. I am Monica from ALJ Group. For those who haven't met me in person yet, we will be starting very soon. I'm just giving a couple of more minutes for people to connect. And then I will give a short intro of the event and we'll hand the floor to the first speaker of the day. Okay, so as people are slowly joining, I will start with a short opening speech on behalf of ALG Group. So I would like to welcome all of you to the Greentech and Shipping online series event. I am Monica, the project head at the organization, and I will be hosting the first part of this gathering. Well, our team is very happy to be able to organize at least an online gathering under these quite unusual circumstances. And at the same time, we are truly hoping that soon it will be possible to meet with our speakers and participants and sponsors, of course, in real life. We are very happy to have Navtech being the major sponsor of the event. So also I'm extending a big thank you on behalf of our team to the Navtech organization. And we were really happy to receive so much interest from speakers all around the globe this time. As you can see in the latest update on the agenda, which you can also find on the general chat window, we had to remove the break that was initially planned because of such a high demand of individual presentations. So we will have quite an intense session and it will be just like in our real life events. And also I would like to add that this time we will have a truly colorful group of people presenting. We will have a speaker from Japan, Jamaica, the US, France, Turkey, Belgium, and all other corners of the world. So for this reason, we decided to start a bit after lunch European time in order to try to accommodate all different time zones. You will hear a variety of presentations on different topics. Some of them will tackle the pandemic impact and the ways forward to come out of this situation. Some of the presentations will address always significant sustainability issues, and some, of course, will present innovations and green technologies, as this has always been the main focus of the Greentech in shipping events. So before I hand over to our first speaker, I would like to mention a few practical comments about the format of the event and the platform that we are using today. I will be hosting half of this session, and my colleague Clemences, whom I believe many of you have already met in our real-life events, he will take over from the second part of the event. Before I introduce each speaker, I will not be providing bios, but instead will ask speakers to present their organizations and what they do by themselves. After each speech, I will read the question, which you are invited to ask on the Q&A section. So I will read the questions out loud and we'll leave 5 minutes for the speakers to answer them. So all viewers will be on mute throughout the entire event, and you are invited to interact and approach each other on chat windows. If you take a quick look at the screen on the right side, there are several chat sections and options that I would like to draw your attention to. If you click on chat, you will see a button called public. In that section, you are welcome to post all general comments and questions about the event. If you move to the side, there is a section called private, and there you will see all presenters and viewers who are currently online. As I said, due to different time zones, some people will be joining later, some people will be leaving sooner. And the next section, besides chat, is called Q&A, and this is where I invite you to type your questions for each presenter. You will also be able to vote for each question and put them higher in the ranking. So I will be monitoring all chat windows, and we will try to react to your comments and questions in real time. So I believe for now this would be all from my side. And with no further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker of the day. The speaker is Tor Mikael Osterwald. He is the CEO at Eco Subsea. And I would like to invite Tor to enable his audio and video so we can see and hear him.
Hello, can you hear me, Monica? Hello, Monica, can you hear me? Do you read me?
Yes,
okay,
yes,
good,
sir. We can
good.
hear you all right. Give me a moment to
great.
put my screen back, but yes, we can see your slides and we can hear you perfectly fine.
Okie doke, that's brilliant. Let me just get into the room again. Okay, then I think I am ready to start. Thank you so much, Monica and the team for this opportunity. Even though it's strange times where we have to meet like this and not only dealing with travels, we have to deal with the technical issues. It is great that we get the opportunity to meet. My name is Tor Osterwald, and I am one of the founders and CEO in a company called Eco Subsea. I am a strong believer that even though it's some challenging times that we are facing right now, and it's brought on us a lot of worries, the climate and the environment is going to be one of the winners coming out of this. And the focus that I will have on a short presentation today will be on the Ocean Cleanup Volume 2 about biofouling. Because as we can see today that there is a growing concern about the environmental issues facing us. Biofouling is something that we've had with us throughout the history of shipping, but that has on the previous years, particularly last year, really been high on the agenda in the shipping industry. Let me follow through with some slides, and please prepare some questions that you can send to Monica or in the chat, and I will try to answer those as good as I can when I finish with my presentation. So first, a little bit about EcoSubsea. We started the company 12 years ago. We had previously, me and my brother, had experience from cleaning aquaculture nets. And we asked the shipping company, A.P. Møller-Maersk, if they saw a need for cleaning the bottom of ships' hulls in an environmental friendly way. And they said, yes, in the future there would be a need for a service that could clean a ship's bottom for grass and slime and algae, but that could capture all of what's been taken off, so it didn't pollute the surrounding waters. And secondly, there was a need for a solution that could clean without damaging the coating of ships' hull. Over the years, we have cleaned several ships for leading ship owners, and we're very honored to have also received several high-hanging international awards. And that has been much because of the great effort of the team in EcoSubsea, but not the least, the great recognition that sustainability will be more and more important going forward. When we started the company, the reason to clean a ship and keep the bottom clean of fouling was to reduce drag on the ship. But what we've seen later years is that the big problem when it comes to biofouling is actually species extinction. So you saw a report coming out in 1st of May 2019, which showed that 1 million out of 8 million species in the world doesn't have the fundament to survive. One of the main reasons why species cannot survive is because we transport foreign species from one place of the world to another place where it takes over for local species. The main reason when we thought about this via shipping was that we thought these species were transported via the ballast tanks of our ships. But recent research has shown otherwise. So, for example, in New Zealand, which was an extreme case, it turned out in one publication that only 3% of introduced species that came to New Zealand came via ballast, with 69% or more were hitchhiking through the biofouling on ships. Further, current technologies for attacking the problem of biofouling has had some challenges. Number one, typically methods have been abrasive to coating, which have reduced the coating's efficiency or lifetime. And number two, typical solutions, either using divers as in the picture, but also robotic solutions, have only been able to capture parts of the waste that's been spread off during in-water cleaning. Regulations has actually falling. Here you see that reports from 2010 started prohibiting traditional in-water cleaning, whilst in other parts of the world, they started to say that if you're gonna enter our waters, you need to come with a clean ship. This have caused a major development, which I think we've just seen the start of. Whereas in 2008, you took out TBT, which was an effective heavy metal that was working in coatings. And when you took this out, biofouling on a global scale started to become a bigger problem. With global warming, species that wasn't present before has been able to follow warmer parts of water, and actually alien invasive species have increased as a problem. But we are going towards a catch-22, because if you are in fewer and fewer ports are able to clean your ship, and in more and more ports you have to show what you're doing with your hull and show that it is clean, shipping can be into a challenge. But not only shipping, also is the environment. We've seen robotic solutions that has solved this with being environmental friendly and capture most of the debris. But as we've seen, some of those solutions have been banned now in both Southampton, Antwerp, Zeebrugge, Rotterdam, and has been pushed further south to more unregulated areas. So there has been opening a need for something to come, so you can actually start taking control of the alien invasive species and the biofouling on ships. What EcoSubsea has done over the years is that we've developed a mobile platform which you can move between ports and serve ship owners with a service while they're loading and discharging cargo. This mobile platform contains of a filtration process system, a cockpit where you can control a robot, and a launch and recovery system. And as soon as the ship is coming into berth, we lower the robot into the water, and this goes back and forth underneath the ship and take off the biofouling. And all this is captured, so it's cleaned up, sent up for filtration in the mobile mothership. So it's continuously being filtrated out. All biofouling, all alien invasive species is taken care of through UV treatment, and even microparticles are collected. There is no hydraulics on the robot. It is just driven by high pressure and electricity. We've developed something called soft jets, and basically that is to avoid damage that you traditionally would have on if you were cleaning a ship with high pressure or with brushes. And that basically means that instead of shooting jets directly onto a hull or onto a surface, which will have an abrasive approach, we're shooting the jets in parallel with the surface. And thereby the surface is kept extremely gentle, but anything that goes just a millimeter above is hit from the side, where any grass or slime has much less resistance, and thereby we can clean with much lower pressurized water than is normal today. After everything is sucked up from the bottom of the ship, it is sent up to shore, where it goes through a 6-stage filtration process. Number one, a sedimentation process, a biofouling removal process where we filtrate down to 16 micron. And from there, we take off typically most of what's underneath the ships. And that would be between 50 to up to over a ton of dried grass or biofouling. After that, we have another sedimentation process, a new particle removal process filtrating down to 20 micron. And that is when we start to filtrate actually most of the port water. Then we have UV treatment to kill any alien invasive species that might be left in the water. And we have put in optional microfiltration, where we filtrate down to 1 micron in case there might be a coating that is compromised or for any reason has been throughout the damage. So it dissolves in water. In Southampton, the dried waste is actually used in a biogas production. So the local houses around the port of Southampton actually get and cause extra drag onto this ship. We have been working very closely with the ports. We see that alone there is little we can do for environment, but in alliances with the ports and the ship owners, there is quite much we can do. From our good customers, we see an average of between 10 to 20% savings of having their ships clean at the condition-based intervals. And for the port, we see that the port water is getting healthier after cleaning operations have done. So after we done, for example, 60 cleanings in the port of Southampton, we were monitoring the sediment just underneath where the cleanings had happened. And in those times, we just had cleaned at 4 berths from the quayside as I showed. And it turned out that the copper content and the zinc content in the sediment just underneath where all these cleanings had been done were actually better than the sediments average in the port. We also emphasize the use of the biofouling management plan, but not only as being used on a ship. We have, in collaboration with ports, made a record book where we deliver a monthly update on all the track records we're having, and they are able then to monitor the risk that they have in their port when it comes to biofouling. And thereby the port can see which ships have been cleaned that month, what has been taken off, how many kilos have been cleaned up from the ocean of biofouling, what has been done with it, where is it delivered. And also they get access to the video in front of this cleaning machine and at the aft. And thereby you get a reduced risk in your port when it comes to the spread of alien invasive species. For the ship owners, it is a massive bonus that they can do it while they're loading and discharging. Normally we will clean a 200-meter ro-ro in 9 hours. And we clean most ro-ros and cruise vessels from the quayside. But of course, for other types of vessel, and if needed, the station is put on a barge and we clean from the water side. Just to wrap it up, the status of the Ocean Cleanup Volume 2 about biofouling that we are currently striving on all the time. We have some statistics. We have now some port champions. We have previously been cleaning and are opening up now in the ports of Bergen, Port of Oslo, in Gothenburg, in Copenhagen. And we are now working with also Port of Southampton, Port of Antwerp, Zeebrugge, Rotterdam, Bergen, Amsterdam, and Portsmouth International Port. And they are part of this cleanup. Even though we to date have cleaned 600 large vessels, mostly between 200 and 400 meters. That has actually resulted in 10,000 kilos of biofouling cleaned up of the ocean. And it also cost about 3 million tons of CO2 to be saved. That constitutes to all Norwegian annual emission in a normal year from air traffic. Our ambitious goal is, though, to clean 10,000 vessels and have these ocean cleanup stations around in key ports around the world that want to be front runner when it comes to environment. And then be able to collect 1 million ton of biofouling from the ocean every year and drastically reduce the spread of alien invasive species between our continents. And not the least, save between 50 to 55 million tons of CO2, which actually would constitute to the total annual CO2 emission from the whole of Norway. In short, the whole purpose is to make this earth, this ball, a little bit greener when we leave than when we came. And I hope that from this whole COVID situation we are in now, sustainability and the ocean will be the most focus given in the aftermath. And I believe that through collaboration with ship owners, charterers, and ports, we can do much good. So thank you very much. And please let me know if you have questions. And you can also see my contacts there. So feel free to send me a mail or get in touch if you see any opportunities for
Yes. So I hope you can hear me all right. Yes. And we have a few questions for Thor. So the first one is, can this be used cost effectively on super yachts 30 to 180 meters?
Yes, that's a very good question. And we're actually, this Thursday, we were cleaning a ship of 90 meters, and we cleaned a ship the week before that was 80. So definitely it can be used for cleaning smaller vessels, even though the most of the vessels we clean are the bigger ones. Any ship that would save 10% fuel and we see that as cost beneficial will also have incentive to clean with this methodology, because you will then save it back in fuel savings quite fast. If you have a super yacht that is laying still 365 days a year, of course, then you don't get the fuel savings. But for all normal operating vessels, you will see a payback that comes quite swiftly, usually after a few weeks.
Great. And there's also a second question, which goes like this. How long does it take to clean a hull surface, such as Queen Mary II?
Yeah, it all depends. A very good question. It all depends on the amount of fouling, naturally. So we can clean her in one port call in Southampton, and that is just 4 hours. But that is in optimal condition if the slime layer is and the coating is good. A vessel that same size, you could use up to 15, 16 hours to clean if there was a higher level of growth.
Great. Then, as I can see on our chat windows, there are no further questions. Thank you for such an interactive start. Or actually, there is one last question, and we still have a couple of minutes, so I can voice that one as well. Your calculation says 10 ton per vessel in average. Is that so?
Could you please give me the question?
So the person is wondering when, I believe, whether the calculation which says 10 ton per vessel in average is correct.
No, it's not 10 tons. It's 10% on the fuel cost, and it also is very depending on which type of ship it is, where it is trading, how many trading days it has. But we say the average is between actually 10 to 20% saving of the fuel cost.
Thank you for the clarification. And if you have any further questions or comments, you have Thor's contact details on the screen. I know that he will have to be leaving soon, so feel free to email him or seek contact via phone call. Thank you very much, Thor, for opening this webinar, and we will let you go for now, and we'll move on to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Monica. Thank you.
And now I would like to ask our second speaker of the day to unmute his microphone and share his video with us. The second speaker is Itsuro Mita, who represents Fuji Electric. He is a marine project manager there, and he will be presenting a sterilizer for cruise ships. Mr. Mita Itsuro, could you please unmute yourself and share your video with us?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, everybody. Good afternoon from Tokyo, Japan. Can everybody hear me? Yes. Thank you. Dobin. Okay, so it seems everybody can hear me. So let me start. My name is Itsuro Mita, Marine Project Manager of Fuji Electric. Fuji Electric has successfully provided a lot of SOx scrubbers for various ships since 2018. By today, nearly 100 ships have been mounting our SOx scrubbers, and all of them are working well. Meanwhile, we have been experiencing unprecedented disaster by COVID-19 pandemic since last January. Then we began to consider how we can contribute a solution against COVID-19. Today, I'd like to introduce our proposal about the sterilizer for cruise ship. Have you ever heard about the electrostatic precipitator, so-called ESP? This machine collects various kinds of small particles, including dust, particulate matter, and microorganisms like viruses. Through our long experience of ESP, basic idea of sterilization for ship is under design. The concept shall be shown like this. Since a large ship has a central air conditioning system, ESP shall be equipped on it. Then 99% of small particles, including the viruses, can be collected by ESP. Then the virus shall be inactivated by ozone gas. Electrostatic precipitator, so ESP, have been extensively used for the cleaning of industrial process flue gas, combustion flue gases, and ventilation flue gases for road tunnels, and so on. A home air cleaner is also one application of ESP. Such air cleaners must be capable of eliminating and inactivating pathogen to sanitize indoor air quality. And ESP using corona discharge is effective for such purpose. Among various types of precipitators, ESP is only the one to catch very, very small particles, including viruses. The average size of viruses is 0.01 to 0.1 micron. In other words, 10 to 100 nanometer diameter. The beauty of ESP is not only capturing small particles, but also holding them as long as ESP works. Furthermore, ESP also generates ozone gas, which inactivates pathogens. That's why ESP is an ideal sterilizer for large space like cruise ships. Before talking about cruise ships, let me show you our reference of ESP for the ground application. This shows system configuration of ambient air screening system for road tunnel application. Fuji Electric has already supplied 64 systems in Asia, Japan, Korea, and China. They all are working well. So ESP collects very small particles. This is a result of an experiment about the particle collection by ESP. With 8 kilovolt discharge, 99% of 0.03 micron particles are captured by ESP. The ESP consists of discharging and electrostatic section. Airborne pathogens are charged by coronal discharge in the discharging section and then collected on grounded plate electrodes, both discharging and electrostatic section. Collected pathogens on electrodes are inactivated by ozone gas generated in corona discharge. This is the visual result of an experiment about the sterilization process with ESP. So you can see green color becomes this brown. So it means the bacteria are now inactivated. Ozone attaches on the surface of bacteria and it destroys the cell membrane. And the cell content flows out and is inactivated. There's another experiment of ESP to inactivate pathogens. This kind of experiment was prepared for the, this kind of equipment was prepared for this experiment. 1 ppm ozone was generated and 6 samples were observed about activation. The results for 3 discharge sections are described on this graph. 90% of bacteria on B3 position was inactivated in 10 minutes. Then almost all bacteria on B2 and D3 positions were inactivated after 50 minutes. There is another experiment very recently made by Japanese Environmental Science Center. In this experiment, influenza A virus was observed under 0.1 ppm ozone gas. 99% or more virus was inactivated after 2 hours. Now, let's get back to the cruise ship application. This is the airflow diagram of cruise ship. ESP will be mounted on the central air conditioning system. ESP will collect and inactivate pathogens with ozone gas. Then the ozone gas is removed by the ozonolysis filter before the air moving into each cabin. In this way, only clean air without virus and without ozone flows into area where human stays. You may know some other sterilizers for viruses. This is a comparison table among various different sterilizers. One choice is a HEPA filter, which can catch almost all particles. But this is only the filter, so does not have a sterilizer function. And also needs regular maintenance to replace the filters. And second choice may be hypochlorite acid. This is rather more effective sterilizer than ozone, but it is a harmful chemical to human body. It's quite risky to use. Third choice, also ozone generator, is similar to ESP, but it does not collect the pathogens. To inactivate viruses in short time, it needs a very high ozone concentration, which is also harmful to human body. Last choice may be ultraviolet UV lamp. Is also effective disinfection, but has also high risk of skin cancer and so on. So among them, we found ESP must be the best and quite suitable for, wide, big area to sanitize. So our concept of sterilizer is the following. At first, ESP catches small particles, including viruses. Collection volume depends on the airflow speed. Our ESP would collect about 85% of particles with 9 meters per second airflow speed. However, since the air in the ship circulates through ESP and air conditioner, after circulation, more than 99% of particles would be captured by ESP. Many pathogens finish their lifespan during the captured period because ESP keeps pathogens as long as it is energized. In addition, ESP generates low volume of ozone, like 0.05 ppm, which is not harmful to human body. Ozone will accelerate inactivate viruses. Before the air flowing to cabins, ozone destruction catalyst removes ozone completely. So in summary, ESP has these benefits and potential issues to realize a practical sterilizer. So benefits are firstly, the introduction of the sterilizer can support the positive advertising effect for cruise tourism, I believe. And with ASP, all cabins can be sterilized without manual procedures. And then the crews are not bothered by additional sanitary measures, like cleaning each cabin by manually. So then guests can minimize their self-prevention against viruses. Remaining potential issues, first point is acceptability limit about ozone sterilization by guests. However, we plan to remove ozone before the air flowing to the cabin. I think we can solve this problem. Then secondly, how to allocate installation space of the sterilizer. A big ship like Diamond Princess needs about 20 ESPs. Each ESP size is 2 meter each cubicle. So that's one point to be checked. Then thirdly, affordable price to invest, including ship modification. So I'd like to know your opinion later. And then allowable time to install the sterilizer. That must be also another point. So I guess our next step is determine the specification design of a shipboard system. We need detailed technical exchange for this purpose with you. So opinions of cruise ship owners and operators are the most important for us to realize optimal sterilizer. Once the specification design is fixed, our design team will make a prototype according to the class standard requirement. Then onboard trial will be the next stage. That's what we like to plan. Okay, so that's all for today. Thank you very much for your attention. I guess I still have another 5 minutes. Can I raise some questions to get your good advice? I have 4 questions, basically. First, are you considering a countermeasure against COVID-19? Secondly, are you interested in our sterilizer solution? Thirdly, is there any cost range to invest the countermeasure in your mind? How much can be affordable? Then lastly, which is your priority, whether it's more effective for virus but less safe for body, or more safe for body but less effective for virus, because its performance is a trade-off nature, right? So if possible, I'd like to have your opinion, comment at random about my questions.
While people take their time to react to Mr. Ituro's question, actually there is one question posed for you. And Karin is asking, in which industry the ESP system has been used as of today?
Oh. For us, so far, grand application, like big plants and, traffic, tunnels, cleaning air. That's what practically we have already done. And just one prototype of ESP was also used to clean exhaust gas overshoot, but it's still a prototype.
Okay, and also there's a second question from Mikhail Cerebro. He's asking, has ESP got an administration or IMO approval?
Not yet, but I believe we can get it once we can follow the class standard regulation.
Great. So as we are running a bit out of time and I don't see any further comments from the audience, I would like to invite the ship owners and all other interested parties to get in touch with Mr. Itsura, or also Mr. Itsura is invited to approach them and you can discuss the topic further. And now we should be slowly moving on to our next presentation by GTT. So thank you very much, Mr. Mita Itsura, for staying up a bit later with us, for dealing with the time difference in Tokyo. It was a pleasure to have you. And now we continue with the program.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Have a good evening. And now I would like to ask Thierry to activate his sound and video. It might be taking a moment.
Hello, do you hear me? Okay, very good. Good afternoon to all of you. It's quite a strange time, but I am very happy to be there and to have this opportunity to give you this presentation on behalf of GTT. So now we realize that the health and environment matters more and more. I will talk to you about cutting carbon in shipping and more particularly the LNG challenge. So if you are a ship owner, charterer, stakeholder, this presentation is made for you. Indeed, the purpose of my presentation is to help you asking the proper question, the important question, the right question. So let's start. Okay. So first, I will very briefly introduce GTT and the technology proposed by GTT. As designer of the membrane technology, you can see in the right side of the slide a nice picture taken inside the tank, and you can see this is very big tank with volume up to 40 or 50,000 cubic meter for a big LNG carrier. So it's very huge tank. But now we will focus today more on the LNG as fuel, so smaller tank. But even in that case, it can be still a big tank. For example, for ultra-large container vessel, we can consider LNG fuel tank up to 20,000 cubic meter. So quite significant. You can see on the left side some nice picture of different LNG fuel projects GTT is involved in. Container ship, cruise ship, bunker vessel, and I will give you more details on this particular project in the next slides of my presentation. So GDT, we are designer of the membrane tank technology and in the LNG business for a long time, more than 50 years. And today our technology equip about 500 LNG carrier, most of them at sea, but also a significant number on order. Our technology are also have been selected for some first LNG fuel project. And today we have 16 very large container ship under construction with our LNG fuel tank technology, and also 1 cruise vessel and 4 bunker vessels. So if we look more first at the container vessel, this is here the first project we had in the LNG fuel market with CMA CGM shipowning company, and we have supporting and working with CMA CGM from the early beginning of their assessment of LNG as fuel. Indeed, about 5 years ago, they were considering LNG fuel case versus HFO plus scrubber. And we helped them to let's say, consider not only the tank, but also the equipment to be considered in the ship to handle the LNG and the ball of gas towards the propulsion system. We also support them in building the operational scenario. So it is really a long cooperation, and we've started to support CMA CGM from the early beginning. So now these ships, they have 9 ultra-large container vessels on order of 23,000 TEU capacity, and 1 LNG fuel tank of more than 18,000 cubic meter capacity. These ships are under construction in China, in Hudong-Zhonghua and Jiangnan, and the first one is very close to be delivered. It should be delivered in the next weeks. In addition to that, there is we have another series of container ships which have selected our membrane tank technology for the LNG fuel. These are 5 ships of 15,000 TEU with 1 tank of 14,000 cubic meter LNG. So I was talking about new building. Now let's talk about retrofit case. We have today 1 project for Hapag-Lloyd. The purpose is to retrofit from HFO to LNG fuel propulsion. So the engine was already ready, but you need to install the tank, the fuel gas system, and to adapt, of course, all that inside the ship. So prior to the stop of the ship, our target is to build the exoskeleton. This is this hull structure, and to install the containment system inside and some equipment on this block. Then, when the ship will stop, the block will be lifted and integrated into the hull of the vessel in order to then be connected and retrofitted to LNG fuel propulsion. So this ship, now the tank is under construction, and the ship will be ready with this LNG fuel tank by next year. On another type of ship, another market is a cruise ship. And this is a case of Ponant, which considered some years ago to consider LNG fuel cruise ship. Initially, they were looking at 2 Type C bilobe tanks, but one big challenge of this cruise ship is that we have very limited space for the LNG fuel tank. And this is where the membrane tank was very interesting for Ponant. because with reduced footprint, we were able to propose LNG fuel tank with much bigger volume, meaning much bigger autonomy for the operation of the vessel, which was a clear advantage for Ponant for their ice class cruise ship with operation in North Pole and South Pole. So this ship is now under construction by Vard in Norway. Okay, so if you have a LNG fuel ship, you need, of course, to bunker this ship. So in GTT, we are also involved in this bunkering barge and vessel. The first one is the Clint Jacksonville bunkering barge, built in US. This is the very first LNG barge built in US, and we are very proud of be part of this project. So now the barge is running successfully for many months and years, because it has been delivered in August 2018. And the barge have been celebrating the last days, the 100 bunkering transfer to the towed container ship. A particular point to be noted in this respect is that the bunker transfer are done from a membrane atmospheric tank to a pressurized Type C tank installed in the container ship. So we have learned a lot through this project, and these are also a lot of learnings that can be of good help for the next projects. Another case, these are the two bunker vessels ordered by MOL and built by Hudong Zhonghua in China. The first bunker vessel has been delivered very recently, last April, and it will be used to feed the CMA CGM container ship. There is also a second one under construction now in China. And the last one is a bunker vessel of 12,000 cubic meters under construction in Sembcorp in Singapore. So now let's move and talk about the bunkering strategy. So what are the basic questions? First, the question, if you want to enter this LNG fuel world, is where to bunker. Here you can see on this slide a world map where we have highlighted the LNG bunker vessel and their position in the world. So you can see in the maps in black character, these are the LNG bunker vessel already in service, and in red, these are the ones on order. So as you can see on the map, there are already a high number of bunker vessels existing in Europe, under construction, so to come soon in Asia. There are also a few one in the US, and we expect, of course, all this number to increase, and also in some new areas, such as in South America. There are a lot of discussion also for bunker vessel in the area near Panama Canal. So you can see that if you want to bunker, you have a good density in Europe and Asia. So if your ship will sail in this area, you have still a lot of solutions to consider. If you sail in other area, we expect it will increase very soon. The next question, so, is round trip or not round trip? What I mean by that is to bunker once per round trip or twice or more times per round trip. So let's take the typical case of Asia-Europe trip, where you have your ship that will stop at a lot of different harbors. Of course, first, your bunker operation, the purpose is to be able to do it in CMOPS with the loading or unloading of the vessel. So you will target the harbor where you will have sufficient loading and unloading activity time to perform this bunkering operation in parallel of this loading unloading operation. Another key point, of course, very important point, is the price, LNG price spread between Europe and Asia. This will, of course, this can evolve with time. But if we take example of 18,000 cubic meter bunkering that is needed for one round trip, and let's say LNG price spread of $2 difference between well, less in Europe than in Asia. In the case that you would bunker once in Europe, once in Asia, it means it would add about 400 up to 400,000 US dollars more per voyage if you have this twice bunkering operation than if you would bunker only once in Europe. So this is to give you an idea. Of course, you have to balance it with the impact of a bigger LNG fuel tank in your ship on the cargo. So this is what I show you on this slide. You can see on the top view of the ship, if we consider the dead space below the accommodation, the maximum LNG volume we can install in this space is about 14,000 cubic meter. So if you need 18,000 cubic meter, it means you will have to impact the cargo area. We estimate by a level of about 300 TEU on this ship, which is an ultra large container vessel, so it's very small impact, but still some impact. So you will have to balance the bunkering cost advantage of one single bunkering operation per round trip with the impact on your cargo area for your commercial operations. So this is one tricky question to be addressed when you consider to enter the LNG fuel world. Another very important subject is the ball of gas. Because if you consider LNG is stored in a cryogenic condition, and you will have some natural evaporation of the LNG, the gas, during your operations. On this graph, we have drawn the energy in blue released by the natural ball of gas, and in red the power consumption from the vessel. You can see that most of the time you have much less natural ball of gas than what you need for your engine. But of course, there are some times where you will have more natural ball of gas than what you need for the consumption of the vessel. And this is, of course, in that case that we will check that you can handle the ball of gas. But in any case, we will consider that you still have the ability to use the hotel load, and so to have auxiliary engine running at gas. And in that case, we are able to estimate the pressure rise time in the LNG fuel tank. And for example, on this type of vessel, we have estimated that you can handle easily 10 days of holding time without need to send the ball of gas to any other specific unit like reliquefaction system. Of course, you have also the emergency case that you have to consider, and for that case, you have to keep the possibility to send the ball of gas to the dual fuel boiler or GCU, of course, only for the case of emergency. So now let's move on another part, which is more the construction part of the vessel. Here I have taken an example still for this ultra-large container vessel of a typical construction schedule, which is about 16.5 months. The idea when we will integrate this and build this LNG fuel tank is to be able to do it in parallel without impacting the general schedule, construction schedule of the vessel. So the strategy we are proposing in that respect is to build the tank at block stage with a mega block of the tank of the one block for the tank. So we will start the construction of the tank at the block stage. Then there will be the assembly, and we will finalize the installation of the membrane system when the ship will be at quayside. You can have here some nice picture taken during the construction of the CMA CGM vessel in Udongzhonghua in China. You can see in the left this mega block where the LNG fuel tank will be installed. So the idea is to be able to build about, in that case, 50 to 60% of the tank before the block assembly. So then you have the block assembly in dry dock. And finally, so you finalize the installation of the containment system when the ship is at quayside. So you can see here on the bottom right the final view of the LNG tank inside at the end of the installation. Another point which is very important when some owners are considering to enter the LNG fuel market is assistance that can be proposed. And in this respect, GTT is really very motivated and to provide this assistance from the early phase up to the operation of the project. So if we start at pre-project phase, we are used to try to understand what will be the operational profile of the ship with the ship owner in order to give some advice and assistance on the equipment that will be needed, for example, on board the vessel to manage the boil off, in order to fully optimize and the equipment that will be needed, and not to consider any extra on the ship design. So we can help also to define the bunkering strategy and to go further compared to what I have just presented to you before. After contract, we are here, of course, also to support for the project. So it will be from the tank side through shipyard or industrial partner, but we can also propose direct support to the ship owner for some specific points, such as basic designs of the process, piping, to give expertise during ASID-ASOP meeting, assistance during tender phase of equipment, and we can even go up to a factory acceptance test of main equipment. Another very important point before the ship will be at sea is to prepare the crew and to the operation. So in that respect, we have GTT training that is able to propose some training to the crew and to develop a tailor-made simulator of your ship to simulate, for example, the bunkering operation and all the key operation of your ship linked to the LNG fuel tank, so that your crew will be well prepared before delivery of the vessel. The next step is gas trial or pre-commissioning trial before delivery, and then first loading operation. And for this step, we are also able to provide some expert people on board or guidance up to the expectation required by the ship owner. Lastly, when the ship will be delivered, we have also 24/7 emergency service that we already propose for many years for our core business in the big LNG carrier business. So we are a team of duty officers which are available 24/7 and to give assistance to the owner, operator, in case of any emergency situation linked to the LNG tank. So this is my last slide, and Thank you very much for your attention. I come back to the my question raised at the early stage of the presentation. So if you are interested into entering the LNG fuel market, the key point is really to ask the proper question and to select the proper partners. And in GTT, we are more than happy to propose our expertise to all ship owners, charter, and stakeholders that are interested into entering the LNG fuel market. Thank you very much, and I will be very happy to answer any question.
Thank you, Thierry, for a very detailed and interesting presentation. I checked all sections and I don't see any questions being typed right now, but if you will stay with us for a bit more, you are available on the private section for a chat, and I invite people to approach you directly. So thank you very much, Thierry, and now we are moving
Thank you,
on.
Monica.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was great having you once again at our event. Thank you so much. And now we will move on to the presentation from ABS. And we had a last minute change on the agenda because initially we were supposed to have a presentation from Georgios Plevrakis. However, he had some urgent matters, and he was kind enough to find a colleague of his to replace him, Mr. Sotirios Mamalis, who is the manager for sustainability, fuels, and technology at ABS. I invite him to enable his video and audio, and he will be discussing pathways to sustainable shipping and the perspective of ABS on these matters. I already see him set and ready, so I pass the floor on to Mr. Mamalis. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. And thank you to everybody who's attending this webinar. I'm happy to, or this online seminar, I should say, this online conference. I'm very happy to present pathways to sustainable shipping. Over the course of the next 20 minutes, I will show you an overview of the 2020 low carbon shipping outlook that ABS published back in April. And hopefully I will be able to nicely summarize the findings of this outlook that will hopefully spark some ideas and some further discussions later on, either online or offline. Before we start, I just wanted to show you this image of the outlook that I've been that I will be talking about. We call this setting the course to low carbon shipping, pathways to sustainable shipping, and this is already published. As I mentioned, it was published back in mid-April, so it's available for anybody to download on a high-resolution version from the ABS website. Or if you would like me to send you privately, feel free to communicate with me, and I'll be happy to share it with you. At ABS, we like to start with. At ABS, we like to start with a quick safety moment. The COVID-19 pandemic is an unprecedented time for everyone, and much uncertainty remains. We're still in the middle of it. So we always like to clarify that ABS is taking many precautions and is implementing plans to focus on the health and safety of our employees, clients, and industry partners to keep the maritime industry moving. We remain committed to supporting the industry through digital solutions and remote operations, and we encourage everybody to follow the established health guidelines for the safety and well-being of everybody. Now, to get started, I'd like to highlight, the key contents of this outlook. The low carbon shipping outlook starts with a regulatory overview. This is currently, I believe, known to almost anybody in this audience. So we are discussing about what is currently instituted and what is coming next. Then we are continuing with the market overview. So specifically, we were interested in understanding how will the trade lanes evolve based on the trade patterns of the future, and what would be the impact to the global fleet and to the associated carbon intensity of the global fleet. Later, we continue with a technical overview, and specifically, I will show you today some of these elements of this technical overview, specifically to the 3 fuel pathways of the future, as we like to call it, and other associated technologies such as electrification. Also, we will discuss some operational aspects such as voyage optimization and just-in-time arrival. I will show you a snapshot of a case study of fleet decarbonization that was presented in detail in the Outlook here. As I mentioned, I will just show you a snapshot so that you can have an idea about what ABS can do to support its customers. And finally, in the Outlook, we completed with a set of notional vessel designs. And specifically, what we did is we took these 4 vessel categories: tankers, bulk carriers, container ships, and chemical carriers. And we presented designs of the I would say design versions of future vessels in this category, specifically with alternative power generation propulsion systems. And I will show you again an example of a chemical carrier like that later on at the end of this at the end of this presentation. Now, to get us started, very quickly discussing about the regulatory overview. I'm confident that pretty much everybody in this audience is well aware of the IMO regulations, specifically the headline figures that we care about are the carbon intensity targets to 2030 and 2050. And as you can see here from the plot on the left, the carbon intensity needs to be reduced by 40% until 2030 and by 70% by 2050. So these are pretty ambitious goals. The IMO, as you may be well aware, is lagging behind other regulatory agencies such as the Environmental Protection Agency here in the United States. So they're taking big steps. They're setting aggressive targets so that they can maximize the benefits for the industry. So this is the main motivation, the main driver behind the work that you will see in the following slides. In order to meet these targets to 2030 and 2050, ABS envisions that the industry will have to use a combination of solutions, the decarbonization solutions, as you see in this slide 6. So these solutions are categorized into the following 3 bins that you see over here. First, we're starting with alternative fuels and energy sources. We strongly believe that the major benefits will come from alternative fuels and energy sources, and I will show you more in the following slides specifically about the alternative fuels. You're probably well aware that we are now considering fuels that have either a low carbon content, such as LNG and LPG and methanol, or a zero carbon content, such as ammonia and hydrogen. So I will show you more in the following slides to discuss this a little further and elaborate. The other 2 categories that you see, technology improvements and operational efficiency, both are equally important. However, it's the combination that we care about. It's the combination of the 3. So alternative fuels, technology improvements, and operational efficiencies. And again, the following slide, operational efficiency measures. So in the following slides, I will show you again, some of these snapshots so that you can see how all these nicely pieced together for the maximum benefit. Now, starting from the fuels, we have developed what we call the 3 fuel pathways of the future, and you can see them in this slide 7. They're shown as light gas, heavy gas, and biosynthetic. Now, let's spend some time to talk a little bit about these. The light gas starts from LNG, liquefied natural gas, which is currently the most widely used alternative fuel. LNG is a low carbon fuel, and it can offer some benefits compared to petroleum-based fuels, and I will show you that in the following slides. Now, in the midterm, we expect that we will use bio or electro versions of this of LNG, so bioelectromethane, and then in the long term, we expect that this technology will pave the way to the use of hydrogen as a zero carbon fuel. Now, in the heavy gas, we're starting with fuels such as LPG and methanol, which are currently used in specific applications. And okay, all right. Sorry, there was a quick interruption in the slides. In the medium term, we'll be using bio or electro versions of LPG and methanol, like biomethanol, which is already in production at small scale. And then the long term, along this path, we will be using ammonia as a as a zero carbon fuel. And ammonia, as you may have heard, is already getting significant traction. Finally, the third pathway is the biosynthetic one, which starts with the use of bio or renewable diesel fuels. Currently, you may have heard the term drop-in fuels, so I will explain a little more about this in the following slides. In the medium term, we'll be using gas-to-liquid versions of these fuels, so renewable diesels or biodiesels that are produced with gas-to-liquid methods, and then all the way to second and third generation biofuels in the future that will be produced from plants that do not compete with food crops and therefore are economically and socially more attractive. So with these three pathways in mind, I'd like to expand a little bit in each one of them. So starting from the light gas pathway that you see here in slide 8, the current state of the art, as you may be aware, is currently the use of LNG, either in dual fuel vessels or LNG carriers. LNG has a promise of 20% reduction in CO2 emissions compared to HFO. And you may have heard that a lot of the manufacturers are offering, the main manufacturers are offering either the low pressure gas injection option or the high pressure gas injection option. So these are large two-stroke engines that are established in technology, currently in use, and their orders are increasing. We also have four-stroke engines that can use either LNG as a single fuel or in a dual fuel combustion mode. And these are, again, well established and available in the market. And I'm showing another example here in the bottom. Now, you must also be aware that methane slip is an issue, and it's actually an important issue for the commercial adoption of LNG. The manufacturers are doing whatever they can to reduce methane slip, and this is actually something that's increasingly getting into focus. It's important for us to account for the carbon release from methane slip, either during the production of LNG or from onboard emissions. Now, this the change from HFO to LNG marks a paradigm shift, as I like to call it, from static to dynamic fuels. That means that now we have a fuel that's stored as a boiling liquid. Therefore, we have to do something to deal with that boiling liquid. And in fact, Thierry previously gave a very nice presentation about boil-off gas and how we can manage it with new technologies from GTT and others. And based on this requirement, we like to say that the use of LNG in a vessel requires holistic vessel design and operation. This means that the vessel needs to be designed with the use of LNG and the boil-off gas management in mind, and its operating profile needs to be closely linked to that use. So very interesting discussion, a lot of good engineering work, and also a lot of benefits, if things are done right. Now, in the medium to long term, as I mentioned previously, we expect to see the use of synthetic or renewable or bio LNG, different people call it different names. And then finally, in the long term, hydrogen. However, we're not there yet. There is some technology that needs to be developed before hydrogen can be a widely used fuel. Now, the next fuel pathway is the heavy gas or alcohol. Currently, the state of the art is using liquefied petroleum gas or methanol. Again, these are used in specific applications. For example, LPG is used in LPG carriers. We don't envision these to increase significantly in the future. It may increase somewhat, but we don't expect that it will occupy a large share of the market. And I will show you more about the projected fuel mix that we presented in the following slides. Now, in the medium to long term, we expect that we can use bio or bioelectro versions of these fuels, bio-LPG or biomethanol, which of course will have the same effect from onboard emissions on onboard emissions. However, they will help us to reduce the CO2 emissions from production of these fuels instead of sourcing them from fossil sources. And finally, in the long term, we expect that we will see the use of ammonia. As I mentioned previously, the ammonia is gaining significant traction. In fact, manufacturers have already announced that they plan to have to market some engines that are ammonia capable in the following years, 2024, 2025. So I think there is a share of the market that's eagerly awaiting for these technologies. Now, in the last fuel pathway that we discussed, in the biosynthetic fuel pathway, I wanted to mention that this is something that we like to call like a natural fit, because we're talking about the use of bio-derived version of fuels that have similar composition and properties to petroleum diesel. They're not exactly the same, but they're similar. So People often refer to them as drop-in fuels, and we call them drop-in simply because we don't have to make any modifications to the equipment, power generation or other equipment on board the vessels, so that we can use them. Currently, people have proposed the use of FAME as a first-generation biodiesel, or HVO, which is also called renewable diesel. However, we expect that second and third generation biofuels, again, that do not compete with food crops or electrofuels, will be used in the future. So again, this is also promising from a life cycle perspective. Now, we understand that fuels will play the major role in the decarbonization efforts, but we should not neglect, the big benefits of technology improvements. And specifically, I'd like to highlight electrification over here. We see increasing interest in the electrification of fleets, and in fact, we've seen some examples like you see over here of smaller vessels that have migrated into hybrid electric propulsion systems with large benefits in fuel consumption, in reducing fuel consumption and reducing emissions. So a lot of good technology, a lot of good engineering, and benefits from electrification of certain vessels. Along with this electrification effort, we see the development of fuel cell systems for marine applications. There are some manufacturers that are ramping up their offerings in terms of fuel cells, particularly PEM and some solid oxide fuel cells for marine applications, as well as the DC power systems that offer higher efficiency for electrified power generation propulsion systems. So a lot of interesting work there. Now, with this in mind, also we have to account for operational aspects, and here I'm just showing a couple of examples: voyage optimization and just-in-time arrival. Operational measures are techniques that are used to increase the efficiency of a voyage rather than a vessel. However, all of these, as I mentioned previously, they tie in nicely together to reduce fuel consumption and emissions formation from a vessel on a given voyage. So voyage optimization is based on weather, vessel specification, and geography, and the objective is to select the optimum route that minimizes fuel consumption. This is an exercise that people may have tried to do manually so far, with varying levels of success in the results. However, now we have numerical algorithms that can be used, to optimize the voyage of a vessel with very good results. And as an extension to voyage optimization, we can discuss about just-in-time arrival. This is a concept that requires voyage optimization, but also requires the collaboration of multiple different entities, such as port operations and others, so that make sure that the vessel spends the minimum amount of time waiting to enter the port or at berth, so that we can again minimize the fuel consumption and minimize emissions formation from its voyage. So very interesting techniques, and these are just a couple of snapshots of what really can be done. Now, let's shift gears and talk about the energy market forecast that was presented in our low carbon shipping outlook. We wanted to understand how the future changes in trade will affect the global fleet, and in turn, how would this affect the fuel consumption of the global fleet and the emissions of the global fleet. So here I'm showing a couple of examples specifically for oil demand and natural gas demand. And what we did is we accounted for two scenarios that are based on the policies of the International Energy Agency. The first scenario we like to call the base case, and it's shown in the blue. And the base case follows the currently stated IEA policies. However, you will also see that we have a second scenario in the red. We call it ACA, the Accelerated Climate Action Scenario, that is based on the suggested policies of IEA for sustainable development. Now, what this means is that if we, as an economy, as a global economy, if we decide to adopt these policies for the accelerated climate scenario, we would expect to see a reduction in oil demand and a reduction in the natural gas demand that you see here in the red. However, if we stick with the stated policies, we would see a less aggressive curve over here in the oil demand, and then a slight increase in the natural gas demand, followed by a decrease later on beyond 2040. So what we did once we established these trends is that we used them to project what would be the mix of the future fuels used in the maritime industry, and based on this mix to calculate what would be the reduction in the total CO2 emissions from the global fleet. So I'm not sure if you can see this plot very clearly. Probably I should have done this a little larger over here in the projected fuel mix. But what you will see in a nutshell is that from 2025 to 2050, we expect a continuous reduction in the petroleum fuels used. This is the blue lines that you see. However, even at the year 2050, we expect that about 40% of the fuels used in the global maritime industry would be petroleum based. Now, with the red, the green, the yellow, and the blue, you can see the LNG, LPG, methanol, and biofuels. So these are the shares of these fuels that will keep increasing, but they will never be significant enough to dominate the market. However, with the gray, you see the sum of hydrogen and ammonia. So the zero carbon fuels, and you expect that ammonia will start being used from the year 2030, especially after we have the equipment available, so the engines and the fuel containment and storage systems available, and of course we have some newly built vessels capable of storing and using ammonia. So we expect again that the sum of hydrogen and ammonia will be about 35% of the total fuels used in the year 2050. So based on this fuel mix, we calculated the CO2 emissions from each vessel segment. I'm sorry, let me switch back to slide 14. Sorry for the change. And based on this, we calculated the contribution of low carbon fuels and zero carbon fuels to the decarbonization of the fleet. So a lot of interesting results there showing how the different fuels can help us decarbonize the fleet and reduce the carbon intensity, per IMO guidelines. Now, a very quick example over here, talking about decarbonization. ABS offers services, helping customers to decarbonize their fleet. And I just wanted to show you a quick snapshot here. So what you see is an example of 10 bulk carriers. And we're trying to implement, some measures. We're trying to propose some changes so that this fleet of 10 bulk carriers can reduce its carbon intensity from the year 2020 to the year 2030 to meet the 2030 IMO carbon intensity reduction target. So what you see over here is that by baselining the fleet in the year 2020, we're at the first yellow highlighted circle of carbon intensity here in 2021. And as you can see, that first point sits above the yellow line. The yellow line represents the Poseidon Principles trajectory. Now, by implementing a 1 knot reduction in the entire fleet of 10 vessels, we can reduce this to the year 2023, that now we see the carbon intensity of the fleet sits right below the yellow line, the Poseidon Principles numbers. Then with an additional step of replacing 3 of the vessels with LNG vessels, either retrofits or new vessels, we can further reduce the carbon intensity of the fleet to 2025. And then finally, if we introduce biofuels in another 3 vessels, we can further reduce the carbon intensity to 2030. Now, if you compare the starting point, 2021 to 2030, you will see that this represents a 49% reduction in carbon intensity, which is sufficient to not only satisfy the IMO regulations, but also keep the vessels below the Poseidon Principle trajectories with all the associated benefits for financing of the fleet, as well as satisfying the stipulation of charterers. So this is part of the services that ABS offers and can help the customers. Now, one last thing that I wanted to mention, the last item that we discussed about the findings of the outlook had to do with notional vessel designs. And here I'm just showing an example of what we mean by that. As an example, we're showing a 6,600 deadweight chemical carrier that was envisioned to use ammonia solid oxide fuel cells in the top, and then envisioned to be fully battery electric in the bottom. Now you can see here that starting from the top, I just want to highlight some key metrics and some key performance parameters over here. First, in the ammonia solid oxide fuel cell version, you can see that on the deck we have twin Type C tanks of 510 cubic meters totals. These are tanks, Type C tanks, similar to the Type C tanks used for LNG, but in this particular case, to store ammonia. So this fuel is used to power this 3.5 megawatt solid oxide fuel cell, and which is also accompanied by a battery pack of 15 megawatt hours. And these propel a motor of 3 megawatts that provides the propulsion power for the vessel. The cargo is 7,700 cubic meters, and the range of in this particular case is just over 4,000 nautical miles. Now, if you take a look at the bottom, if we make this chemical carrier, the exact chemical carrier, if we make it fully battery electric, you will see that in order to power it, we would require a lithium-ion battery pack of 215 megawatt hours. And in order to store this battery pack, you will see that we've essentially blocked off a compartment of the vessel, again, to power the same propeller motor of 3 megawatts. Now, by blocking off this compartment, the cargo is now reduced to just below 5,000 cubic meters, but the range is significantly reduced from over 4,000 to just 720 nautical miles. This is an exercise to show us the trade-offs associated with alternative power generation systems and to help us understand how we can make the most of it by optimizing the design of the vessels. Going back to the comment that I made at the beginning of this presentation, a lot of these technologies will require holistic redesign of vessels. So we can work with clients to specifically focus on these redesigns and conduct a lot of feasibility studies. So with this in mind, I'd like to wrap up this conclusion and wrap up this presentation and summarize some of our findings. In conclusion, we have identified the 3 fuel pathways of the future, like to call them the light gas, heavy gas, or alcohol, and the biosynthetic fuels. The fuel choice is vessel specific, and it's certainly directly related to its operational profile. Again, now that we have dynamic fuels, the fuel needs to be directly linked to the operational profile of the vessel. Low and zero carbon fuels with low energy content may require holistic vessel design, not simply because of the storage, but also because of the equipment required to use these fuels on board. Now, the decarbonization of the global economy will affect trade volumes and patterns. So we expect that it will affect vessel segments as well. And that's something that requires rigorous market research and analysis so that you can actually anticipate the future changes. And we expect that alternative fuels will also increase the capital and operational cost of the vessels in the midterm. We still don't have a good grasp of the price of the fuels themselves, but we're also working closely with other entities, to have a good understanding of how the prices of these fuels will change in the future. Of course, new regulations will be required, to accommodate all these new fuels. Again, these are currently underdeveloped. And finally, we expect that decarbonization of the entire economy may be needed so that the maritime industry can satisfy at least the absolute greenhouse gas reduction targets of 50% by 2050. So these were the major findings of this outlook. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. We're always happy, to discuss, provide more information, and of course, provide a more detailed presentation of the material that you saw today. Any general questions can be addressed to sustainability@eagle.org or myself directly if you prefer. Again, we will be happy to discuss. Thank you very much for your attention.
Sotirios, thank you so much. I am checking the sections for questions and comments. I'm not seeing any at the moment, but I see that Julian is thanking you for a great presentation, which is also excellent. So if you will stay with us for a couple of more minutes, I invite people to interact with you on the private chat. If they have any questions or require some clarifications, they can contact you there. And I once again thank you for jumping in on such a short notice. It was
no problem, Monica. My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Sotirios. And now we will be moving on to the next speaker, Andreas Aslatis. So I say goodbye to Sotirios, and I invite Andreas to join.
Hello, Monica. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you all right. We cannot see you just yet.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the camera
working as well. So can you see me and hear me?
Okay, just a few more seconds, I guess. Yes, I can see the slides and yourself. So I'll give you the floor and see you in a couple of minutes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Monica. Well, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, good afternoon. My name is Andreas. I'm appearing on your screens today to give you a port's perspective through a little bit of maybe a case setup and some concrete actions taken by us because of the COVID-19 pandemic. For those of you who are not familiar with us, we're in Port of Helsinki is the largest port in Finland and also the largest passenger port in Europe. It might come as a surprise to some people. That fact has had maybe slightly more negative connotations recently, since about 50% of our turnover is directly derived from passenger traffic. It hasn't been a fun couple of months for sure, but thankfully as we all know, there are hopeful signs to be seen. And since we're up here in the cold north, we also must not forget that summer is coming. Maybe first a little bit about the general situation in Finland. To a large extent, we weren't hit as badly as maybe some other countries were. Most of the cases in Finland, however, were concentrated to the metropolitan area in and around Helsinki. At the moment, the situation seems to be quite stable, with just a few new cases reported daily in the whole country, and unfortunately, almost no new deaths. The situation in our neighboring countries has been a little bit different, with Sweden and especially the Stockholm region being the largest discrepancy. The situation in Stockholm in particular is important for us because of the daily regular ferry traffic between the two capital cities. And this traffic goes actually back a really long time and has had very important historic meaning for both countries. The situation in Estonia, on the other hand, didn't differ as much from the situation in Finland. And this fact is, of course, also very important since about 75% of our passenger traffic each year is to and from Estonia. Amongst a lot of other passenger segments, there's a lot of work-related travel, for example, between the two countries. And the route is also a major cargo route and an important, if not the most important, piece in the twin city concept between the two capitals. The picture you're seeing is a picture from Terminal 2, our newest terminal that services the ferry traffic to Estonia. And this picture was shot already some time ago before the pandemic. And I suspect that the small number of people visible in the picture is deliberate. The photographer tried to compose a calm and photogenic picture. And I mentioned this as a joke, of course, but I think a lot of the focus of our efforts and the successful efforts of our partners and stakeholders that are around us has to do with calmness. There's real importance in remaining cool, relaxed, and calm when moving around large groups of people in a situation that might be described as a little tense. The psychological effect should not be discounted. And calmness in you inspires calmness in others, and calmness in turn will lead to people making smarter and maybe less impulsive decisions. If you think about it when you fly, for example, when the plane has landed, even though you're personally not in any hurry at all, it feels a little stressful when everyone around you jumps up. The millisecond the seatbelt light is switched off. I heard the CEO of a Swedish shipping company speak yesterday, and he touched upon the same point regarding the sale of food on board their vessels. One of the factors they had weighed in when making their decision to continue to sell food on boards was just this. They reasoned that the removal of the food service that was known to their passengers would act as something that takes away a little bit of the calmness instead of adding to it. But for the moment, we have no traffic to Sweden and still a lot of vessels laid up. On the other hand, we actually do have more vessels to Tallinn now than during normal times because of some specialty cruises and stuff like that. I just want to, regarding temporary subsidies of different kinds, I just want to stress that we feel it's really important that they really are temporary. If they're continued for too long, there's a risk that you're actually propping up a business that doesn't have the legs to stand on its own merit. This is a fine line to walk in this situation, but it's a really important topic to discuss nonetheless. So if we look a little closer into the ferry portion of our traffic, turns out ports have been quite resilient during the crisis, largely thanks to cargo flows and their importance to society and to the security of supply has been seen in new light by many. Even though passenger traffic was completely stopped for some time, many of our ferries continued their traffic, hauling crucial cargo to and from Finland. For sometimes these vessels were really fancy cargo haulers. Up until yesterday, Monday 15th, we had Schengen border controls in place. But yesterday, checkpoints were removed for most of our traffic. Traffic to and from Sweden was the exception. Border controls, of course, were needed for many reasons, but there was also some problems with them because of packing of people standing in line for the actual control. With the small volumes we had, it wasn't a huge problem, but it would definitely have been a bottleneck for expansion. Traffic to St. Petersburg is still closed. Schengen borders are closed, and actually some of the vessels normally operating the route have left to gone to, for example, as hospital ships in different places. So what have we done, really? We have in our terminals now, we have a lot of stickers on the floor that marks out acceptable social distances. We have multiple frequent announcements in the PA systems. We offer face masks to passengers, and we recommend that everyone uses them. It's not mandatory though, but we have a strong recommendation. And this brings me to the point of shared responsibility. We all have a responsibility for this: politicians, shipping companies, ports, passengers. We all have to do our piece. But that said, there's also a need, of course, for a coordinated response. But no one size fits all. We are different countries, and different countries and even different regions within countries are at very different stages of the pandemic at the moment. Support must be allowed to arrange the operational side by themselves. And this cannot be decided from above since the local conditions vary so wildly. Ferries are easy to some extent. The number of variables involved are quite few. Ferries go between two ports with passengers that tend to come from largely the same regions. But this fact is not true for international cruise companies. At the moment, we don't think we're going to see any international cruise vessels calling on Helsinki this year. And the effect of this no cruise passengers in the city will be interesting to see. In some port cities in recent years, there's been an active debate regarding cruise passengers and their effects and maybe ill effects on the cities they visited. It used to be kind of theoretical that what would happen if all tourists went away. Well, now they did. So now we'll see. There are no tourists now in the cities from cruise ships. What is also lacking, of course, is their contribution to the local economies. So we'll see if everyone that took part in the debate before is of the same opinion when we come out on the other side of this. sometimes we're encouraged to put our money where our mouth is, and this time that decision was made for us. But a coordinated response on international cruise is definitely needed. How and who should determine what the limiting factors for cruise vessels are? What should the limiting factors be? I said the ferries are easy because of the number of variables that is relatively small. But regarding huge cruise ships with very international crews and passengers and multiple ports of call in multiple countries in a limited time, the situation is very different. And the shipping companies, they need to know what is demanded of them and what the requirements for resuming traffic are. And the ports need to know, and the passengers need to know. And the cruise ships were not treated kindly in some cases during the beginning of the pandemic, and their reputation might have taken a bit of a hit. So there are also measures needed to restore confidence. But that said, vessels are well suited for social distancing because of their size, if you compare it, for example, to an airplane. But as I said, we're skeptical about cruise vessels this season. July has been cancelled, and at least half of August so far. But I just heard that there's apparently a high demand in Germany for cruises. So that, of course, is at least some good news on the horizon. So the traffic was stopped to a large degree for many months, but that can't mean that the show grinds to a complete halt. There are still things that could and should be done. And the majority of my day-to-day tasks concern our sustainable development strategy and becoming pioneers in that area. Thought I'd just say a few words regarding that work as well. As you well know, only parts of emissions produced in port are produced by the port itself, and we're committed to supporting our customers and partners and stakeholders in greatly reducing their respective carbon footprint. And these are projects and investments that can't and really shouldn't be stopped, even though the situation otherwise looks a little bleak. The electrification of our society is, of course, an ongoing and increasingly strong trend. And this year we'll have our second onshore power operational right in the heart of the city, as you can see from the picture. It doesn't get much more central than this location. And this is a really good case for OPS. We have traffic to the berth every day with two sister vessels alternating when normal traffic resumes, I should say. Both vessels have the required equipment on board, and they spend around 7 hours every day at the quayside. They have a rather large hotel load, and we also don't face the dreaded frequency challenge with these vessels. And actually, we won't need any frequency converter at all. And greenhouse gas emissions, of course, are our main focus, but the marginal benefits of installing OPS in such a location are, of course, also huge. You have the quality of air and noise levels that are also improved, even though they are at actually a very good level already. This is, of course, excellent news for the neighbors and also for strengthening our social license to operate in the heart of the capital. Back to normal, question mark. To answer the question on the screen with another question, I would ask, do we really want to go back to normal? And you might hear I'm implying that maybe we should not. The virus pandemic has understandably taken a lot of attention from the fight against climate change. Who, for example, remembers the wildfires that raged in Australia in the beginning of the year that were so much publicized back then? On the other hand, there has also been public observations that actions against corona has been determined and effective in the world. And this does raise some hope that humanity will be able to fight climate change more vigorously in the future in a similar way. And if we could take these teachings with us out of the pandemic tunnel, we seem to have been traveling through these last couple of months, I feel we really could have said that we gained something. If this pandemic gives us the mental resources needed to work together to solve the next global problem, and we most definitely should not go back to what used to be normal. Preventing global warming and reducing emissions has, of course, been recognized as being very important in the world. But over the years, there has been very little commitment in the form of concrete action. The reason for the slowness of action is, at least to some extent, a perceived clash between environmental and economic issues, as well as in some cases, maybe different perceptions of the calculation of emissions and their impact, or lack thereof. But might we be in for a normal that doesn't put emphasis on the clash, but rather on the urgency of the matter and the solution? At least I surely hope so. And if this is the case, then I, for one, most definitely don't want to go back to normal. Actions are needed now, and I'm proud of my employer for going ahead with these important investments and questions. I ran a little bit over time, so I think I'm going to stop here. Thank you, everyone, for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have later. I have also left my contact information on screen, so if you wish, please contact me through other media as well. But this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andreas. Thank you for ending on this quite philosophical note for us all to consider. I refreshed the Q&A section. It doesn't seem that there are any questions currently. However, I noticed that some of the questions have been delayed. So in case somebody posted their question and it's not appearing on the screen yet, feel free to text Andreas personally. And once again, we thank Andreas for his time and his thoughts. And I will say goodbye for now and move on to the next speaker. Thank you so much, Andreas.
Thank you. Goodbye.
So I would like to ask Kyle after to unmute himself and put his video on. And yes, here we go. Thank you for joining.
We're good to go.
Yes, and I leave the floor to you.
All right, good morning, everybody. Sorry for the massive amount of slides, but as you can see, it's a lot of pictures. My name is Kyle Toff-Mullane. I'm the Director of Operations at Ryco Jamaica, the Recycling Corporation of Jamaica. Today, I'm going to be speaking about waste management in Jamaica, a MARPOL perspective. I guess moving forward, there's our little island. I'm originally from New York, but I've been living and working down in Jamaica for 12 years now. Located 600 miles from the United States, 600 miles from the Panama Canal, really the pearl of the Caribbean, land of wood and water. I guess I'm going to talk about the diverse ecosystem first before we get into talking about MARPOL. Jamaica itself is full of mountains, rainforests, savannas, dry sandy areas, and coral reefs that line the coastline. Completely forested in the 15th century, areas of the island were cleared for available timber, for shipbuilding and repair, which resulted in the introduction of sugarcane, bananas, citrus trees, and Captain Bligh's personal favorite, the breadfruit tree. Among the protected areas now include the first marine park established in Montego Bay in 1992. Others are also located in Ocho Rios and in the western end of the island in Negril. In the 15th century, the native Arawaks were virtually eliminated by colonists, which included a visit from our good friend Christopher Columbus to Discovery Bay. Today's population consists of descendants from Africa, India, China, the Middle East, Portugal, Germany, and the United Kingdom. Hence the country's slogan, out of many, one people. The official language is English and Creole. with vocabulary and grammar based in English, but with various dialects and phrasing from West Africa, Spanish, and French languages. Industry-wise, Jamaica is really based on tourism, bauxite, which is alumina production, and sugar, which down there we make rum with. These make up a majority of the large industries, but recently Jamaica is taking efforts to convert its utility base from heavy fuel oil and diesel to LNG, with hubs located off of Port Esquivel and Montego Bay, which I'll show you some slides of in the future. With the expansion of the Port of Kingston, Jamaica has also expanded its bunkering capacities to service the maritime industry. Jamaica overview, just to recap, out of many, one people. Population 2.9 million. Spoken language, again, English and Creole. Industries, tourism, bauxite, and sugar. Major issue that we're facing in this past decade is the devaluation of the dollar. It will almost have devalued close to 80% in the past 10 years. So everybody's taken quite a hit with that. Ultimately, the cooperation of major shipping lines, maritime regulators, and end users have created a service supply chain that has led to a higher level of protection of the Caribbean Sea. This is from a recent article that RICO Jamaica was featured in Caribbean Maritime Magazine. Port Reception Facility Objectives, also known as a PRF. Adequacy. We do not want to create a disincentive for vessels to utilize service. An example, high cost for disposal. My family, we're a fourth generation renderer recycler. We take a rendering mentality when it comes to this, and we don't seek to burden our customers with cost prohibitive expenses and service fees as we generate our revenues from our recycled products. By doing this and performing our services, we also contribute to the improvement of the marine environment. Undue delay. Performance of the service provider should not go beyond normal turnaround time for the ship in that port. What ends up happening a lot is when we go to service the ships with Annex 1 service for the waste sludge oil, it is a port. It's for containers. Security will generally hold us up a little bit at the gate, and when there is enough space for us to be on the platform, they'll allow us in. So we've never created delay for anybody, but at the same point, to avoid any inconveniences, minimum 24-hour notice is necessary for approval. That's stated by the IMO, but I would highly recommend anywhere from 36 to 72 hours just to give everybody enough space. It is Jamaica. Everybody does take their time a little bit. Compliance, we have to ensure that the port state has the availability of certain MARPOL services, Annex 1, which is waste oil and sludge, and 5, which is garbage. And these are in correlation to the size of the receiving port. Vessel mix. We get a lot of ships. We obviously can see it's container carriers. Those are going to be coming into the Port of Kingston generally. Bulk carriers, which are going to carry your bauxite and your dry goods, flour, such. Your tankers delivering petroleum to the bunkering stations, and Petrojam, the Petroleum Corporation of Jamaica, as well as we have our cruise ships coming in, and those are just a little over 400 ports of call a year, so slightly increasing. As I said, Jamaica is 600 miles from the United States, 600 miles from Panama, really regionally located in the best place possible for a transshipment hub, and we're constantly improving on that. Port of Kingston. We're going to review some of the ports now, just so everybody becomes familiar with the adequacies and what's available. Port of Kingston is made up of two entities, Kingston Freeport Terminal and Kingston Wharves. 1.83 million TEUs. Those numbers are from 2018. Wasn't able to get 2019's yet. We recently just had the largest vessel come to dock, which was the CMA CGM Theodore Roosevelt. I believe that was back in the end of April. We're located 32 nautical miles off of major shipping lanes, which really has been, it's made ships easier for them to come into port if they have to do any debunkering or request any MARPOL services. CMA CGM has a 30-year concession agreement with the government of Jamaica, and the Port of Kingston and Jamaica itself has been identified as a MARPOL Annex 1 regional disposal center. Moving on to the north coast and where all the cruise ships are going to come to port, we have the Port of Montego Bay, Port of Falmouth, Port of Ocho Rios, and out on the eastern tip is Port Antonio, my personal favorite. For example, this is a expedition vessel for National Geographic. I think I grabbed this shot back in 2013 when we were servicing that ship. Doing a cruise overview, responsible for 1.6 million tourists to Jamaica a year, 400 plus port calls. The majors would be Carnival, Royal Caribbean, MSC, AIDA, Celebrity, Princess, Norwegian, and Disney. Once again, recapping, Montego Bay, Falmouth, Ocho Rios, Port Antonio is left off there, but that's for smaller vessels. Improvements have been made by the location to enhance the experience of the tourists. I guess there was some situations that were not so great, and the country itself has made the modifications so that everybody enjoys their experience when they come to Jamaica. Also, once again, Marpole Annex 1 disposal available. We serviced our last ship, that was the Carnival Glory, on May 28th. Moving to the industrial sector. This is Port Esquivel. Port Esquivel is located on the south side of the island. This is where Rusal/Windalco do their major shipping for bauxite alumina. This is where one of the hubs for LNG is located, just off the port there, probably about a half mile offshore. Moving into the north coast, Discovery Bay, Noranda Bauxite Pier, which is the same thing. We have the mining of alumina ore there, bauxite. And moving our way back into Kingston with Carib Cement Pier. All of these ports, as listed, are accessible for Marpole services right now, Annex 1 and garbage. As long as the quality of waste continues to improve, Jamaica and the Caribbean will benefit from the amended air emissions set forth by the IMO. Once again, this is another quote from an article involving RICO and Maritime Executive recently. This is discussing the quality of waste that we've been receiving since we recycled the Annex 1 back into renewable fuel. From here, what we found is tremendous improvement in our analysis over the past several years. We used to have levels as high as 3% sulfur. We actually just hit our first 0.5 mark, which means that everybody's being compliant with all the fuel, which is great. Getting into the nitty gritty, Marpole 7378 services in Jamaica. To review quickly, of course, we all know that this is the prevention of pollution from ships, starting with Annex 1, prevention of pollution by oil, Annex 2, noxious liquid substances in bulk, 3, harmful substances carried by sea in package form, 4, sewage from ships, 5, garbage from ships, 6, air pollution from ships. I'm going to touch on that in a very short time, a little bit extended. Marpole regional deficiencies. As you can see, we've greatly improved over the past couple of years, Annex 1 to Annex 6. We've made serious improvements in the region. This isn't just Jamaica, but at the same point, Jamaica does stand to be a decent chunk of this. When your ship comes to Jamaica, you're going to run into one of these Jamaican ship agencies unless you have your own office down there. CMA CGM Jamaica has their own office down there. They handle all of their own ships. Caribstar Shipping, Landaman and Morris Shipping, they handle the cruise lines. Transocean Shipping, Maritime Transport Service, Gateway Shipping, International, and Jamaica Freight and Shipping. Both operate out of Kingston Freeport Terminal and Kingston Wharves. Moving forward, a company that we would receive requests from, if it's not, we don't receive them from the local agent or the company, the shipping company itself, Top Glory Marine Service. Top Glory Marine, we've been working with them for several years now. They are a broker for waste management services. Once again, currently Annex 1 and 5 sludge and garbage are available in Jamaica. They coordinate worldwide and regional disposal for vessels. If there's any issues with local agents, they also nominate husbandry services on behalf of the vessel to another agent so that these MARPOL services can effectively be implemented and performed. 400 chartered vessels currently serviced, and they have an Enviro Fleet Cloud for full transparency of documentation so that you can access this information anytime, anywhere. Here is a chart of the approval process. For example, the ship or the vessel owner will fill out an advance notification form, which contains an Appendix 1 and Appendix 2, which is a declaration of all wastes. This document will then go to the local agent and or the maritime waste management company. The nomination of an end user generally speeds up the process because the agent doesn't have to think about who he's going to use, which at the same point, the owner or the vessel itself, they like to know who they're working with. That's important these days. Transparency and who you are working with is extremely important. That goes to I create an acceptance letter, or the end user would create an acceptance letter for acceptance of material. That would then go back to the local agent for approval by Environmental Health Services, Port Health, and Quarantine. At this point, gate passes would be issued for the end user, and an example Annex 1 waste collection, we would come to the port and service the vessel, and that would be that. There's us in action. I guess that's me on top of the tank there. This picture was from a couple of years ago, but as you can see, standard truck trailer combo, 8,000 gallons, 30 to 35 cubic meters per discharge generally. Ryco Jamaica, the Recycling Corporation of Jamaica. Like I said, fourth generation. We've had 86 years of rendering recycling experience. We started up in the tri-state area of New York back in 1936. We were rendering poultry viscera then. Today we're in Jamaica recycling Annex 1, MARPOL Annex 1 waste. So we really evolved with the industries that we're involved with, and it seems we're going to be around for quite some time now too. We also offer high sulfur fuel oil debunkering for non-compliant fuels. We've also just crossed over our 3,000th disposal at the Port of Kingston, Montego Bay, all the ports in Jamaica combined. We also offer used cooking oil collection island-wide at local hotels and restaurants. This hasn't really picked up too much in the MARPOL industry, in the shipping industry, but at the same point, maybe there is a opportunity for the vessels to discharge that waste as well. Moving into Annex 5, disposal, garbage. This is NSWMA, the National Solid Waste Management Authority. Currently the only Annex 5 authorized purveyor in Jamaica. They are fully permitted to transport vessel waste to the local landfill, which is called Riverton Dump. Operates at all ports of call in Jamaica and operated under the Jamaican government. Another service that's becoming available actually later this year, is MARPOL tank cleaning services. They've had operations out in California as well as in Virginia. They offer tank cleaning, wastewater, fuel recovery, hydroblasting, descaling, and abatement. That's Mr. Ron Jackson, great guy. So at the same point, these services will be available later this year in Kingston, Jamaica. Here are some pictures. I guess to the right would be a finished job, but at the same point, to the left, you can see that he serviced some U.S. Coast Guard vessels and such. So there's a little bit of credit. Okay, moving to Annex 6, EGCS residues. I feel like I'm addressing the elephant in the room when it comes to this material. 80 to 90% wastewater, 10 to 15% dry weight, metal and organic compounds. Sulfur content is significant, mostly found on 10,000 plus TEU vessels. The inquiries that I've been receiving to handle this waste are ranging from 100 cubic meters to 240 cubic meters, so anywhere from 3 to 8,000 gallon trailers at a time. That's a lot of storage on a vessel, if you ask me. I'm going to be discussing onboard ship systems, versus land-based disposal, which currently is not available in Jamaica. The cost of service would not be comparable to Annex 1 since there isn't a renewable form of the waste, or there isn't a product that we can create from this waste jet to really effectively keep costs down. As a service provider, it's my responsibility to serve the industry, but also to find innovative ways for waste to be handled and ultimately disposed. One of these systems is Oberlin Filter System. I met them at actually the Greentech conference in Miami in October. Great bunch of guys. To give a little bit of explanation to their filtering system for scrubbers, it's 100% seawater processing. No fresh water is needed. Eliminates the need for secondary dirty water collection storage, that 100 to 240 cubic meter storage capacity that I was explaining. The beautiful part about this system is it produces a non-hazardous dry solid, and which is definitely less expensive to dispose of as opposed to the liquid waste. The clean filtrate that it creates is 15 parts per million, and this would be discharged back to sea in its closed loop system. It doesn't require any feed pretreatment or chemical cleaning, and it has simple integration with the client's scrubber. To the left would be the cake that is created. This would go into a 55-gallon drum. As you can see to the right, that would be the system itself when installed on the ship. Now, I've been asked about rates for handling the waste, the wet waste, and I really haven't been able to put a number on that yet. But at the same point, what I did do is I looked into the disposal cost of non-hazardous waste in 55-gallon drums. And being from New York, I was able to obtain these numbers. And at the same point, disposal cost was only about $155 per 55-gallon drum. And when servicing the maritime industry, I believe that's really the most effective way to spend your money when trying to get rid of your waste. It's not breaking the bank, and ultimately, it's probably being disposed of in the best way fashionable and ethically. Last slide for Oberlin Maritime Filter. There's our wonderful scrubber purge, and there's an example of the clean filtrate that would be produced from the system. Jamaica's adherence to MARPOL. Number one, we're reinforcing existing services and structure. We're continuing to improve the standards of service by reinforcing the measures and protocols for safe disposal and effective waste management. Moving into 2, implement sustainable solutions for additional MARPOL services. So we have 2, 3, 4, and possibly 6 coming into play over the next couple of years. That means staying current on new and emerging technologies that I just showed that will benefit both the customer and the port state. And ultimately, we want to create a ultimate disposal of MARPOL ship-generated waste. By satisfying all the requirements set forth by the IMO MARPOL, we want to have proper management and disposal of ship-generated waste. Have that available in all ports in Jamaica. Most importantly here is the regional objective set forth by the IMO. Promote the protection and sustainable development goals of the Caribbean maritime and coastal environments, also known as SDGs. The SDGs aim to sustainably manage and protect marine and coastal ecosystems from pollution. The 2030 Agenda is about people, planet, and prosperity. The network member states in the Caribbean region will begin to ensure coherence of policies so that you don't have one guy saying this, another person saying that, and then everybody doing whatever they want. We're trying to avoid all of that. I guess SDG 6 is the most imminent to what I am discussing. This would be sustainable management of water by prohibiting unregulated dumping of waste and other matters at sea. Pretty straightforward. Also, prevent, reduce, where applicable, eliminate pollution. So that's what we're aiming for in the region itself. Now, simply, let's review. I'm sorry I dumped so much information on you guys so quick, but at the same point, it was a lot of slides to go through. Jamaica, out of many, one people. We're evolving into a major transshipment hub for the Caribbean region. Port of Kingston, Kingston Freeport Terminal, Kingston Wharves, currently the 8th largest port in the region with 1.83 million TEUs annually. Cruising, we have over 400 port calls coming into Montego Bay, Falmouth, and Ocho Rios. Annex 1 sludge waste oil disposal. Jamaica has been identified as a MARPOL Regional Annex 1 Disposal Center. RICO Jamaica offers this service. Annex 5, garbage. NSWMA is the only certified supplier of garbage service to vessels. That's very key to remember. Solutions. We're here to satisfy all MARPOL objectives and create incentives for vessels to utilize these services in a cost-effective way. Everybody, thank you so much for coming and listening. My name is Kyle Topp-Mullane, Director of Operations at RICO Jamaica. If you have any questions, you can find me at my contact information, info@ricoja.com. I'm going to be back here. I'm going to be here in the States for about 2 more weeks while Jamaica slowly begins to reopen its borders. And once again, thank you so much for coming and appreciate it.
On the screen, I see there have been a few questions for Kyle. As we are a bit ahead of the schedule, let's try to make it quick, but still address the questions. So Theodora Alexakis is asking, are there any special precautions taken in the collection of the solid waste generated on board, since it is now potentially infectious due to COVID-19? Is it being sent to landfill as general non-hazardous waste?
Currently with garbage, essentially, let me put it this way. When the vessel comes into the port, the ship is going to be identified if there's been anybody that's been sick. There's been several instances where somebody on the ship itself was sick and they were quarantined, and that ship ultimately didn't end up disposing of any waste, but ships that are clear have been able to send that waste to the dump. Have there been any precautions? Not so many, but at the same point, there are more Annex 1 disposal requests than there are for garbage in that sense. And talking about non-hazardous waste, as we did in the presentation with Annex 6, there hasn't been any of that produced yet. So the answer to that would be no.
Then the next question from Stefan Richter. Are you aware of any recycling programs for MARPOL Annex 5 waste, or is all the waste going to a landfill?
All of the waste is currently going to landfill. I believe there's been some protocols put in place that won't come into effect where it would be food generated from cruise ships should be incinerated. That's kind of where Jamaica is moving forward with say food waste, but as opposed to garbage, no, all of this would still be brought to the landfill, much like it is in most of the world.
Great. And then the very last question that I will voice, how does the efficiency of this system compare to a completely dry system using dry sorbent, bracket sodium or lime, as a capture method for SO2? Apologies.
The efficiency of the Oberlin system, as I said, it was an onboard system, so you're handling all of your waste right on scene. And instead of, I tend to look at things from a logistical standpoint where I'm going to have to rally, 3 to 8 of, say, my trailers, provide all of that transportation cost. That really isn't efficient when you're talking about, the amount of, say, carbon that you're going to be producing back into the air just by utilizing truck power, as opposed to using an onboard ship system. Sorry, I read that comment. As opposed to using an onboard ship system that can handle its waste right there, and then effectively probably find a protocol that's best suited to handle that non-hazardous waste. As I said, Jamaica itself right now probably is not best suited for that, but hopefully we can be making improvements.
Great. And I see there are more questions popping up for Kyle, but I will ask the interested people to contact him in the private chat section, because we really need to move on. And I once again thank Kyle a lot. It was very interesting, and I see It has reached a lot of attention, so that's always a good feedback. And I will let Kyle go and move on to the next presentation. And we had some last minute changes to the agenda as the person who was supposed to be the last will be giving their speech now. So I would like to invite Corinne Desrouet from Chantier de l'Atlantique to unmute herself and to share her screen because she will be giving the presentation right now. And Corinne will tell us about how to make lower emissions a reality. I see she's joining us already, so I leave you with Corinne, and I will be joining back in a few minutes.
Thank you very much, Monica. Yes, I'm going to introduce Chantier de l'Atlantique, our company, and who we are, and introduce as well two technologies that can be used to lower the emissions in the shipping industry. So Chantier de l'Atlantique is a company, it's a yard located on the west coast of France in Saint-Nazaire. We have 3,000 employees and we are every day on site 9,000 person if we encompass our contractors and partners. We have the ability to build, but also to engineer and innovate in a large manner. We are composed of three business units. I'm trying to activate the slides. The first one is the biggest one among the three business units is the ship business unit, where we design and build cruise and navy ships. And as well, we are involved into the renewable energy as well as oil and gas with our offshore energy business unit. Last but not least, we have also a services business unit, which is serving all sorts of vessels for upgrades and refits worldwide, which could be either cruise cargoes or military vessels, for instance. Myself, I'm in charge of a small entity in the company called Atlantic Plus. And this sector is there with the Atlantic Plus brand, is there to deliver innovative solution in the three main domains. The first one, which I'm going to introduce today through two examples, are our expertise in fuel saving and lowering emission of the ship's traffic. We are also designers of smarter solutions for operations people on board to ease their life, for example, with a document management system or other operational features. And we are also innovating in terms of guest experience. And you can see on this slide the well-known magic carpets, which appear in orange on the left side. But today I'm going to focus a bit more on the emissions subject. So all in all, the global shipping industry is emitting between 2 and 3% of the global CO2 emissions, which represent, if we refer to the 2015 reference, between 900 and 1,000 million of tons per year, which we can act upon. These emissions are of two main types. The first one, which is a large majority, in the range of 95% of the emission, are the greenhouse gases and the black carbons, which have a global impact on the Earth climate with global warming. And the second part, which is about, let's say 5%, are having a more local action on the people, and we have seen a number of social media looking after those facts. So these are the pollutants, and all of these emission origin are related to burning some fuels. And we are going to see with two examples how to start inputting technologies that would lessen lower the emissions. The first one is our solid sail technology. So we are, as a yard, designing concept vessels, and here you can see our Silent Sea project, which is a hybrid. Oh, sorry, I left the slides from ILG side. Yeah, thank you, it's back. Okay, so the Silent Sea project is our hybrid propelled cruise ship concept, which we are now working on. And among as part of this Silent Sea concept, there is a solid sail and the AO drive, which is relating to the aero rig, which can be adapted on other vessels. So vessels of any type, basically, which have a decent size, of course, so that the ROI is meaningful. But with these very large sails, you can burn less fuel and then consequently reduce CO2 emissions. So our solid sail size are 1,000 square meters, which would be used to capture the wind propelling force. If we look into design of the sail, our patented design is made of articulated composite panel that would be able to fold so that they can be lowered if you want to enter to port or if you want to remove the propelling force, and as well as the AL drive, which would allow to fold the sail, for example, if you need to pass a bridge or a Suez Canal, for instance. The rigging is encompassing the mast, main boom, the jibe boom, and the automation system, which is on the ship. You may also ask for solid sail to be installed on a conventional steel mast, and that would work either, but you would lose some of this automated functionality. Okay, my slides are back, they are going back and forth. If we look a bit more in detail in the solid sail design, it's an efficient design because you would equal the aerodynamic performance of soft sails, of regular sails. It's also safe because the sail would not flutter and it would be feathering in the wind, and that's a very important safety aspect. That would be durable and would last for 25 years without losing its shape, which is much better than a textile sail. And my slides are gone again. Okay, and it's an easy maneuverable sail. You can see on the top right picture our mock-up at 1/5 size, which is installed now for a number of months, something like 10 months, near Saint-Nazaire on the port of Pornichet. So this demonstrator is now there for a while and is allowing us to demonstrate the capability of this solid sail. If we look into the mast now, so very importantly, if you would install a solid sail on a large vessel, you can probably account for a place for 3 of those sails, and that could bring about 20% in terms of fuel saving for these 3 large solid sail installed. If we look now into the AL drive, which relates to the name of the aero rig, it's really designed to handle a large solid sail surface for vessels which would be tied into stability. They can be made into a carbon fiber, but that would extend a bit the price and the ROI. They can be easily and remotely controlled. There would be canting to comply with the Panama crossing, and again, also safe and durable. So we would adapt these masts to the targeted vessel architecture so that it fits perfectly with a cargo ship or a tanker or whatever kind of ship. So with the combination of solid sail and air drive, you would be able to enter any port and cities. Here are two examples of these applications on large ships. Of course, if you are interested, you can contact us because we start each of these by a feasibility study to assess the route you are taking, all the impact and constraints you may have. And that's something we can study for new built vessel, of course, which are the most appropriate because there your hull and your general arrangement would be all fitting well together and get the most of the technology. So this first example was related to some capital expenditure investment, and we can look now into how to lower emissions through a more operational expenditure by discovering our Eco-Horizon services. So we have been developing these services for now a very long time. Since 11 or 12 years, we have an expert team in energy performance in the yard, which have been initially set up, of course, for the new build that we are making the conception for. But we have also this accessible as a service. So over the two last year, 2018 and 2019, we have been able to generate 16% of fuel saving opportunities for our client for vessel of any size or age. As we know, the fuel consumption represents several millions in ship expense per year, and the 16% are usually very welcome to reduce the fuel bill. Just a side note, because that's a period which is related to it, during the COVID-19, for the client that we were supporting for their operation, usually we have also been able to assist them to stand by their vessel. And between the start of the standby and the situation optimized at the most few days later or few weeks later, we have been gaining another 25% of the fuel in terms of optimization by turning down all the unnecessary system or optimizing the load of engine and etc. In terms of operational improvement, here that's an example where we see how we proceed. So first of all, our team would, of course, take contact with the crew, would coach them and teach them regarding energy efficiency drivers. And then they would start the service by highlighting the high contributors in priority. And then you would have a second step where we would continue to address the next low-hanging fruit. And importantly, we believe that these savings would come with time if you continue with time by fine-tuning and especially motivating the crew to be always attentive to all of these energy consumers. But here, all in all, after very few months, after 6 months, we were gaining 10% of fuel saving thanks to the weekly follow-up. So no action in terms of investment, only operational actions. So how all of this is possible? That's possible because we developed for our own need initially a digital twin model where we are able to totally modelize the vessel that we are supporting, and where we are that way defining the optimum achievable performance and helping the crew to strive to this direction of optimization. So we will help them with setting up the parameters, and as we are a yard, we know very well every single equipment, and we are able to dig into very deep into menus and so on to support them, for example. The platform that we are using for delivering this is called Dig It Plus, to dig into the data. And it's composed of an onboard part, which helps to make the data collection and Then we have a land-based data management system, which is called the TSAR solution for transmission, storage, analysis, and reporting, where we would store the data and analyze it and make all what is necessary to deliver the operational services. With the TSAR, the client can have access to online dashboards, indicators, and all the tailor-made views that he is willing to, as well as receiving our EcoHorizon services, where we would deliver here the service that we were doing previously, but now it's digital and online, with energy efficiency assessment, training, motivating the crew, and delivering our weekly energy efficiency advices. So all of this makes that a complete solution, which can be used for energy efficiency as well as your own needs for data management, so that you have your own dashboards, for instance. All of that has been developed with sustainability in mind. Our yards really believe into a zero emission roadmap, and we are really committed to develop these. And these were two examples of more that we have in our pipeline. So if you are interested, do not hesitate to contact my team or myself directly, and we can be reached here. That's all from me.
Thank you a lot, Corinne. Thank you for also jumping in on such a short notice to cover for the other speakers. For the moment, I'm not seeing any questions directed to you, but I believe if people want to address some topics with you personally, they can still reach you on the private chat because you will stay with us for a bit. Yes?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you so much then. And I say goodbye to Corinne, and now we are moving on. Thank you so much. We are moving on to the next presentation, and the next speech will be delivered by our major event sponsors, NAVTEC, and it will be delivered by two representatives. So we will welcome the general manager of the organization, Ferhat Akuner, and his colleague Fikret Tümer, who is acting as Chief Electrical and Automation Consultant at the organization. So I invite both speakers to enable their sound and video, and we will be very interested to hear of their speech, which will address zero emission electric technologies.
Hello, Monica. Is everything all right? My voice and my camera view?
Hello, Farhad. We can see you very well, but could you please increase the volume of your microphone because we cannot hear you that well?
Can you hear me?
The sound is very, very quiet. Maybe if you could put it
Can you
closer.
hear me?
Now we can hear you better. So if you keep the microphone closer, then I think it should be fine. Thank you so much. I leave you to your presentation.
Okay, then thank you. And welcome everyone. Me and my colleague, Mr. Tumar from London, we will be presenting you about our two different projects. The first one I will present is ZTAC project. We call it ZTAC because it is zero emission electric tugboat project, which was
a real dream 2.5 years ago. But after these 2.5 years, we realized it, and now it is as our main project. Now she is running. She is basically fully electrical, rechargeable harbor tugboat, 32 tons of bullet pull, and which is of course very good environmental profile, because approximately regarding to a diesel driven one, similar one, she is saving approximately 210 tons of CO2 per year. So no emission at all, no exhaust gas, no lubricating oil, no fuel oil, no risk for oil pollution, and of course no vibration and no noise as well. And right now she is running in Istanbul. She has begun the operation on a shipyard zone. She is very small, smaller than the other conventional ones, and we are using Corvus batteries, as we know, the best in the marine market as batteries, and BMA Technologies, our solution provider for the electrical integration works. ZTAC is quite different than a usual one. First of all, I should say that the first question arose as that if she can fulfill her operations with how many charges and so on. Statistically, with one full charge is enough to perform daily job, approximately 8 to 10 hours standard job. But of course, if you need, the charging time is around 1 hour only with our design of quick charging stations, so you can recharge and you can continue. She is 100% eco-friendly. She is very effective on operational sides. Regarding to a diesel-driven one, 1/6 of OPEX. This is very impressive, and it is tested right now. We can say very, how to say, clearly that 1/6 to 1/7 of the costs are enough for this rechargeable electric tugboat. And of course, the maneuverability is better than diesel-driven one. There is no reaction period for paddle up, as it is electric driven. When you want to have the full power, you have your full power in a shorter period, and these rates are very good. It should be, I mean, according to the operational characteristics, we have created this first one for Gisash company. Gisash is a tugboat operating company in Istanbul. So for the new projects, for the further projects, we're always saying that the operational characteristics of a rechargeable ship is very important. So we have to check, like in this slide, that how often the operations, how long an operation take, distances, and this kind of power requirements and so on. Once we get these characteristics, we can create a new project as this one. And then we will see the most efficient operational type of ZTAC. And also we have fitted this small but powerful tug, ZTAC, with a software. We call it STEMS, Smart Tug Energy Management System. This is also created by Navtech. This software is in fact a fleet management system, energy management system, but you can use it as how many ZTACs you have. So this software is evaluating all the parameters from ships on board. I mean, like battery charging situation, The temperatures, pressures, all technical data, and also all weather conditions, all AIS data from the ships to be served, and all management data from the headquarters and so on. You can use your tablet, use your mobile telephone, whichever you want to use. You can open work orders, you can follow your work orders, you can follow the maneuvers, and during all these process, this software stamps is a smart software. So she's also evaluating herself. She is learning. She is checking all the statistical data to be able to use in future for more efficient operations. Of course, the main target is energy efficiency. Some facts about the ZTAC, let's say that. As I said, that this is rechargeable. We have designed and manufactured a quick charge station, so you can charge on shore your batteries from 0 to full, let's say less than 1 hour. So once you charge the batteries, you can just sail because plugging and unplugging is less than 1 minute. This is also very efficient. And as I would like to repeat that with one charge is statistically enough for 1 day's operation. Let's talk about our partners and solution providers. BMA Technology, first of all, I would like to thank them because they have designed the electric integration project of this project, and Corvus Energy for the batteries, and ABB for the driver inverter converter units, which is very unique system designed for this project, and now running very efficiently. From the very beginning, the project being requested to be smaller than similar tugboats because they would like to maneuver this boat in among the ships and so on in the shipyard zone. So it is quite small and powerful one, 2,000 kilowatts of engine power and 18.7 meter in length. She's small, but she is very powerful one. And this is the end of ZTAC project. ZTAC is right now in operation. She is very efficiently operating, and in pipeline 4 different projects. We are preparing ourselves to start for the construction. Now I would like to give the word to my colleague, Mr. Tumer, to tell about our new zero emission project. We call it Z-Port. As ZTAC once was a dream, right now Z-Port is like a dream, like a study, but then we hope to develop it and to realize it. Now it is your turn, Mr. Tumer.
Thank you, Mr. Ferhat. Hello, everyone. I'm Fikret Tümer from Navtech. As today I will talk about our new project, Z-Port. As Mr. Ferhat Acuner has told, around 2.5 years ago, we were in the same position in ZTAC project, and now she's sailing. So hopefully, with the near future, we have the Z-Ports around us. So having an absolute zero emission is actually technically a little bit far from now. So but we can achieve very low emissions, electrical and environmental friendly ports. So that's why as a first stage, we are calling this as a LE port, which is lower emission electrical ports. So it is very important for our lives because the industrial zones, residential areas are expanding very quickly and continuously. So the ports are becoming very central and inner parts of the cities. So LE port will provide a cleaner, no noise and environmental friendly, efficient ports around us, which is good for the people living around it, for the investors, for the port owners and ship owners. So Navtech has been designing ships power plants, power ships, ports, and shipyards since more than 40 years. And now we are combining our expertise and experience in these different fields into a single project, which is the Z-Port. So in Z-Port projects, we considered a medium-sized port, as you can see at the background, which has the tugboats, the cranes, the vehicles, the cruise vessels coming and going, and all the buildings, storage areas within. So when we consider the energy distribution of a port, reference port, 25% of the port consumption is the operational consumptions, and 48% is equipment and vehicles like the tugboats, transportation, stacking equipment, and 17% is the buildings and storage areas. On top of this, some of the ports have big consumers like cruise vessels, and for example, one of the biggest cruise vessel installed capacity is around 17 megawatts, which is really much more than an installed power of a port. So you are not able to supply them with the shore power with the existing infrastructure. And also the ports have some neighbors like factories or shopping malls and residential areas, which also needs electricity and steam or hot water. So what we can do to transfer to a LEAPort, I want to skip a couple of slides. And yes, this is a LEAPort that we are thinking. First of all, what you have to do is changing your conventional tugboats to a Z-Tug with more efficient and full electrical. And then the conversion of the electrical consumers like cranes and others, and self-generation with renewable power and sustainable energy. So while considering this, we put some other different type of energy sources, which are wind turbine, solar power plant, and biomass power plant. And in our pilot project, we analyzed 4 megawatt of wind, 1 megawatt on solar, and 1 megawatt biomass. Because the renewable sources are not available always, because sun has to shine and wind has to blow to generate. So sometimes you're generating more than your requirements, and sometimes you're less than your requirements. So you may have an excess generation, or sometimes lack of generation, which should be supported with another source. That's why we put also storage, battery storage to our project. So when you think about the capacities, it can serve for the total consumption of the port itself. But due to the fact that, as I mentioned, sometimes you have more energy than you require, with the renewables and your electrical ports, you have some overproduction. So with this overproduction, you have two options. One of them is selling it to the grid directly and having another revenue stream, or you can store it. And with storage, you have another couple of options. One of them is the self requirement when there will be a shutdown occurs, or cruise vessel supplies, cruise vessels from different cities coming to your port, staying a couple of hours. And for that certain couple of hours, they need 10 megawatt hours energy. So you can supply this with your storage and less infrastructure investment and higher sales amount. Another possibility is the grid backup system. So governments have incentives to pay for grid capacities to have more efficient and reliable network operating. And the other option is charging stations, like for your Z-Tugs or the electrical ferries or electrical car charging points. So on top of that, as you can see, if you have a biomass power plant in combination of this LEAPort, you have an excess heat amount. So you can also use this steam or hot water into your port area, or you can sell this to your customers to generate another revenue stream. So with combination all of these around, you can see the wind turbines, solar, biomass, battery storage, Z-Tugs, electrical cranes, and all these will be designed according to your port's requirement and consumption figures, and the possible revenue streams you can get from your country grid or your neighbors like factories and other consumers. So when you consider the investment period will be very short because, as I said before, the countries have incentives and you can get the permits to have a green and more cleaner energy. So it will take less time. And with this, you have almost 63% carbon emission reduction. This is a very conservative number because we didn't add the emission reduction due to the cruise vessel shore power supply. If you can supply the cruise vessels with your battery storage, also this carbon emission reduction might go to 80-85%. And the noise level will be very low because you will not run the engines around. So the investment amount of this is related with only the renewable energy resources and the infrastructure for that. And with this amount of investment, due to the reduced operational cost and the extra income, this extra income is calculated only to the grid sales, which is the normal market prices. It is not an extra revenue. It is the most conservative revenue stream. So with these figures, your investment will return around 5 or 5.5 years. So this is a very short time, and these figures are for your conversion of the conventional port to a LE port. If you are building a new port, if you invest at the beginning, these 5 years will go maybe to 1.5 or 2 years to make profit and more environmental friendly ports. So hopefully we will see the LE ports and then the Z ports in the very near future. Thank you for that. We are ready to answer your questions with Mr. Ferhat.
Yes, hello, my name is Clementos Matlonis, and thank you very much, Ferhat and Fikret, for the amazing presentation. We have one question. The question would be, what is the carbon footprint impact of biomass consumption, CO2/GHG emission and particulate?
I mean, for this, let's say, example project, biomass assumed, especially to get some questions like this. Right now, I don't have the figure in front of me. I don't know, Mr. Tümer, do you have any carbon emission about biomass just in your, how to say, position?
Actually, I couldn't hear the question. If you can repeat it, I checked. It's not written also.
Yes, of course. So it is written in the chat in the public section. So the question is, what is the carbon footprint impact of biomass consumption? CO2, GHG emission, and particulate.
Actually, it depends on the source of the biomass. You know, biomass is can be powered by the waste of the utilities, or it can be waste from chicken factories. So it should be analyzed for that particular resource and what you have. So it can be also combined with the geothermal in the LE port. This biomass was an idea for us for this pilot project. So for a certain figures, if we have a capacity-wise and a source-wise information, we can immediately give these figures within a day. So just to send an email to our email, so we will get back to you in a day.
Yes, of course, and I encourage people that want to ask further questions to get in contact with Mr. Fikret and Mr. Ferhat. Thank you very much once more for the amazing presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And bye.
Now I would like to thank Miss Monica for helping us to go through the first half of the event. So thank you very much for the amazing job. Now I would like to invite on stage Mr. Mike Guggenheimer. He is the president and CEO of RSC Biosolutions, and he will be speaking on the topic Solve Smarter, advanced technological solutions for new and continuing operational challenges. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you very much. Please.
Excellent. It's always nice when the technology works on my end. Thank you very much to Greentech for the opportunity to present to you today. I see a lot of familiar names and faces on the attendee list. I'm sorry we can't be together in person, but I'm thankful that we're able to use technology in this way. I am Mike Guggenheimer. I'm the president and CEO of RC Biosolutions. We are an industrial biotechnology company, and in the marine space, we're probably best known for our marine biodegradable lubricants. Today, I've been asked to talk a little bit about some of the additional technologies we have that are particularly relevant to the COVID-19 crisis. So I will take a little bit of time to talk about some of the trends that we're seeing and that we're responding to, give a little bit more background on who we are and what we do, and then jump into just a couple of these technologies that I think the audience today will find interesting. I begin by saying, to this audience, everybody is aware of the trends that we're dealing with. It's not just regulatory. We're all trying to address pressure to deal with environmental risk from various stakeholders, and with that pressure, we have different metrics, different things we have to calculate, but we still have to run our businesses. And in the marine industry, that's particularly challenging as we try to address these new risks and address these new metrics, but also keep our businesses running. And this year, we're facing some new challenges, as if the things that we were dealing with before weren't enough. Now we have new challenges, and we have new things that fleets and operators are dealing with to keep things moving. These are risks around new pathogens and viral risk, and the definition of what it means to keep customers and seafarers safe is evolving. The other thing that we're seeing is understanding the supply chain and having a sense for who the partners are that are nimble and adaptive to these challenges are really important. So it's something that we've really focused on, not only bringing solutions to the risk today, but demonstrating an ability to adapt and evolve as things are presented. So some of the things I'll talk about in a few minutes, cleaners and disinfectant technologies are a function of that for us. Even though we're known for the lubricant technology in this industry, we're able to adjust and bring new solutions to the market. And I think the biggest thing about the solutions in this space is if you think about the trends and the risks that we're trying to address, we don't want to do it in a way that compromises performance or compromises the total cost of operating your fleet or operating equipment in this space. And we believe strongly, and our mission is tied to addressing these risks, not just environmental risks, but now health risks, in a way that don't compromise these other issues. I mentioned the lubricant technology. This is a great example where historically, when you think about green lubricant technologies, I think a lot of people look at green lubricants and say, well, only if it's regulated, because I'm going to give up on cost and I'm going to give up on performance. Historically, some of the biodegradable lubricants of the past weren't very durable. They had particularly issues with heat and water, which obviously is a challenge for a marine environment. And they didn't have the global availability and the compatibility that you would expect from a traditional fluid. Now you have technologies that not only don't have these issues around compatibility, but you're bringing additional performance. The technology itself is increasing the durability, improving the total cost of ownership, and it can drop into the existing systems. And that is really fundamental to who we are, really addressing these risks, trying to solve these solutions in a way that's smart for the operation of your business. And we've done that for a very long time using bio-based technology, industrial technology. We think that's very important, is that it's not an afterthought for us. It is fundamental to our research and development. It's fundamental to how we think, using green technology, using advanced biomaterials to solve problems. And for us, that began 4 decades ago. We started focused on a very simple hydraulic fluid opportunity, with the idea that with the right additives and the right base oils, you could create a bio-based lubricant that performed very well. And we've built on that over the decades, adding additional products, not only additional hydraulic fluid products, but gear oils and greases, specialty fluids, and as we'll talk about in a minute, cleaners and disinfectants are a big part of what we do as well. And I think that for this audience, it's important to understand the technologies fit for purpose with very demanding applications. If you look at what we do, all of these applications, while they may not look exactly the same, they all have some commonalities. The commonality is the risk of an exposure, the risk of a spill, the problems that come with that are significant, whether it's in water or in a sensitive environment. These operations have to keep running. They have to run day in and day out, and they have to do so in a way that it recognizes that environmental sensitivity. So our sweet spot is really that balance, or the combination of performance challenges and some sort of environmental risk or challenges or sensitivities around where the work is taking place. And so that kind of sensitive area, high performance area, has led us to really focusing on taking traditional fluids and creating alternatives that are smart alternatives that balance performance and sustainability, that really don't trade off the operational aspects, the need to be effective, efficient, durable, stable, but still be able to address these trends I talked about at the beginning. Are they readily biodegradable? Are they non-toxic or minimally toxic? Do they sheen in the water? Are they safe for people on the planet? If you can combine both of those things, you really have a compelling solution in this industry. And so in marine and other markets, for us, protecting environments, or the sustainability environmental side for us, can mean lots of different things. We engineer different solutions into our products depending on the need. Biodegradability, toxicity, sheening in the water, are all things that we think about. Sometimes it's driven by regulation, and sometimes it's driven by what the stakeholders need or the application. But as I mentioned before, it's got to work. What we feel strongly about is, while I could show you charts of data from the lab, I think it's more important to understand, does it work in the field? Can you talk about 60,000 hours in a thruster in a marine environment? Can you have a stern tube oil that goes 10 years or has a 10-year warranty in an application without having to be changed over? I think that, going back to my point before about the past, in the past, an environmental lubricant, you would wonder, would it go 5 years? Would it make one dry docking cycle? But now, can you go 10 years? Can you skip a dry dock? Or can you have a fluid that really changes the nature of the performance conversation? And then, do you have a suite of partners that have used it? That's really important for the credibility and validation of our technology. And so, our technology, our offering has evolved. Today, I'm going to spend a little bit more time talking about the cleaners and disinfectants, because that's really what we've been asked to focus on, and what I think is particularly relevant to the COVID-19 challenge. Before I do, I just want to point out a couple more quick things about who we are. The first is, in this industry, you have to have OEM approvals, because we've been doing this for decades. We have a very long list of equipment manufacturers that we work with that have to approve our technologies. It's fundamental to who we are. The other thing that's very important in this space, the marine world is a 24/7 global industry, so you have to have a footprint. You have to have availability around the world. I don't need to talk a lot about that today, but it is important that if you have a solution, it has to be a solution that can be delivered around the world. So I'll pause there, and I think now shift to go into a couple of the technologies themselves, and really talk about how they are solutions to these trends and the current situation that I referred to before. The first is the lubricant technology. I sometimes make the assumption that everybody in this industry now knows what an environmental lubricant is, but I will just take a second to talk about that. An environmental lubricant is, for us at least, defined by what the EPA's Vessel General Permit discusses or defines. So that's readily biodegradable, minimally toxic, and non-accumulative in the water. We also engineer renewable content in a lot of our technologies, because outside of marine, things like eco-label become more and more important. So, but for us, we try to make sure, we do make sure every one of our environmental lubricants, every one of our technologies meets these requirements. What many people don't realize is there are various types of environmental lubricants. I think because the industry has adopted this quickly, many people are using environmental lubricants now. Few realize that there are different types. I won't go into a lot of detail about this, but I will point to the diamond on the right there. Where we're focused is the PAO and other hydrocarbon-related technologies. It's really critical to what we do. It's critical to what we think is important in this space. You see a lot of synthetic esters in the market, which comes at the problem in a slightly different way. And what I think is important to understand about the hydrocarbon technologies, or the PAO and synthetic hydrocarbon related, is essentially you're getting a product that has the chemical similarity to the traditional petroleum or carbon, the petroleum hydrocarbon. So what you get is the stability that vessels are used to, the compatibility with this existing seals, and the water resistance. I think that's something that in a short application it's less important, but when you start talking about going 5 years or 10 years, the ability to manage water is very important. It's also important, we get a lot of questions about what to do when things are docked or when things are slow. The ability to manage water becomes really important, because it starts to build up in the lubricant. And that's, I think that's one of the things that we feel has been increasing in interest right now during COVID-19, addressing the environmental and sustainability risk, creating a fleet that's more adaptable and versatile. So our technologies fit that issue. But switching gears a little bit, what has really emerged in the last 60 to 90 days for us is a demand and opportunity to talk about cleaning and disinfecting. So I'm going to talk quickly about 3 things and then stop for Q&A. The first is a water-based cleaning technology, our EnviroLogic CSR 2000. And what's important about this technology is it's versatile, it's efficient, it works on a wide variety of surfaces: tank hold cleaning, deck cleaning, interior spaces. Addressing the buildup of dirt and grime is critical to dealing with pathogens. If you don't remove that, you have a host for germs, host for viruses, and so you have to do that effectively. Our technologies meet NSF requirements, so they're safe in food contact areas, and it's a critical part of what we think is a process to keep spaces clean and disinfected to protect against the new risks that we're dealing with COVID. The next is a disinfectant technology, and this really is what has developed in the last few months as a critical issue. How do you deal with the virus, this novel coronavirus, and keep your business operating? So the BioS disinfectant solution brings the same kind of solution set that we talk about with our other products. It's biodegradable, it's non-hazardous, it can be used in food contact areas without any rinsing. It comes ready to use, so you don't have to dilute it, you don't need to use any extra PPE, so it becomes a very effective way to deal with it. In large spaces, we typically recommend it with an electrostatic sprayer. So you can cover many square feet with just a little bit of technology, and it works on emerging pathogen viral threats in 4 minutes, which is very significant in terms of keeping your business operating. The next technology is one that I'm happy to talk about one-on-one. It is a new technology that's emerging. It is a continuous disinfectant coating that allows you to apply a coating and have it resist even mechanical removal for up to 90 days with the same EPA registrations that you would expect from disinfectants. You have a technology that can be applied. Think cruise ship, for example, that has a wide variety of public and stateroom areas that need to be protected. Imagine if you could put something on that lasts for 90 days in your large areas and then only have to deal with the occasional high touch point disinfecting. We believe it has the potential to save a lot of time and a lot of money, and would love the opportunity to talk to anybody about this technology. And so just to kind of wrap it up and leave some time for questions, when we think about our lubricant technology, it's not only the performance, but the ability for it to drop into existing systems that we feel like is compelling. Because it is a biohydrocarbon, the ability to be compatible with these existing systems and have stability that you would expect from the best petroleum-based and synthetic oils is a lot of why we see that space growing a lot today. And when you think about cleaners and disinfectants, which we haven't talked a lot about in our marine history, but it's a similar story where you combine performance and sustainability. Can you get the effectiveness that you need when you're dealing with viral threats, but do it in a way that is safer, healthier, and sustainable? So I am grateful for the opportunity again to talk to everybody today. Hopefully there are some questions, and if not, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to talk about any of these things offline.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you. As of this point, we don't see any questions from our viewers, but I want to thank you for a very interesting presentation. Your last product that you mentioned, 90-day disinfectant, sounds really great. So I encourage viewers to engage. If you have some questions for Mike, you can write to him privately, and I am sure that he will answer and give you the best information that is out. So thank you very much, and thank you again for joining our conference.
Thank you.
Yes. So right now, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Jan Egbertsen. He is Innovation Manager from Port of Amsterdam. He will be speaking about clean fuels for shipping and the role of port authorities. 2 cases. Jan, I would encourage you to click on your video and sound so we could hear you and see you. We heard some sound.
There's sound or not?
Yes, yes, we can hear you, but the video is not available at this moment.
No, I tried to edit, but it doesn't seem to work. Oh, wait a minute. Mic
on the top there's a small button for video. Mm-hmm. You should click on it to turn it on.
Yeah, I did so, but no, it doesn't seem to work, so I'm very sorry, but turn on mic and output device. Webcam off. Wait a minute. Perhaps.
If it will not work, you can
No,
present without.
It gives the wrong video, so I will just.
You can present without video, so we will see your screen, your presentations, if it's an issue.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. Well, my name is Jan Egbertsen. I work for Port of Amsterdam as Manager Innovation, as you already mentioned. I would like to share with you some general remarks about shipping and clean fuels in shipping and the role that seaports can play in that. And I will focus on two pilots, one about hydrogen and the other one about methanol that we are involved in as a port authority. What's important to realize that if you look at alternative fuels and seaports, there are four relevant issues in which alternative fuel will it be, or better said, which set of alternative fuels will it be, because I don't think that one of the fuels will be the winner. I think it will be a combination of several fuels. That depends on the technical feasibility, of course, applicability in the engine and in the ship, the fuel storage, but also the bunkering process in the ports. It will depend on the regulations. That's, of course, about the classification of the ship, be it a sea ship or be it a barge for an inland waterway ship, but also the classification of the bunker fuel. For instance, some fuels, like methanol, are at the moment not mentioned as a fuel that you could use in a barge or an inland waterway ship. Also important are environmental regulations. Because if you start bunkering, for instance, ammoniac, which is a highly discussed issue at the moment, there's a lot of environmental aspects about safety and security of the bunkering of those kind of fuels. Availability is very important, the availability in the whole supply chain, so from the production side up to the availability at the bunker sites at ports. And the price of the fuel compared to the price of fossil fuels. So that's not only about the sales price, also possibilities for subsidies have to be taken into account, and what will be the development of CO2 pricing for the shipping sector. One of the projects we have been involved in, and we are still being involved in, is H2 Ships. That's an Interreg Northwest Europe project with an international consortium with Belgium, for instance, the Port of Ostende, France, the Port of Paris, Germany, the UK, University of Birmingham, and in the Netherlands, the University of Delft and Port of Amsterdam. The program focuses on the long-term strategy. How can you develop hydrogen as a shipping fuel? What comes into picture when you talk about regulations? That's other national regulations, but also international regulations. How could the supply chain look like up till the bunkering facilities in ports? And there are three pilots being run in this project. One of them is by the Port of Ostende, one is by the Port of Paris in France, and one is by the Port of Amsterdam, which I will zoom in now. Our pilot is about the port representation vessel. You saw the picture when I just started the slides in the upper right corner. For those of you who want to see the ship, it's up there in the upper right corner. It's about 20 meters long. It's used from the Port of Amsterdam for guests who visit the port but also would like to visit the canals. That's the reason why the ship is relatively low, otherwise it can't pass under the canal bridges in Amsterdam. So this is the present ship, roughly 20 years old, I guess, on a diesel engine. And what we would like to do is develop a new ship. It's going to be a circular ship, so the whole design of the hull, the engine, etc. We will try to reuse existing materials, but we will use hydrogen as a fuel. The ship will be propelled by electric engine, has a battery pack and a hydrogen pack. As a hydrogen carrier, we will use sodium borehydrides, which I will tell a little bit more about later on. Of course, it could be much easier to use hydrogen in a gasified form, but we would like to test another form, a solid form, which takes up less space than hydrogen in the gasified form. We are at the moment at the design phase of the ship, so the technical design and also the design of the ship itself. We hope to get it to the wharf, start building in end of 2020, so it can start sailing in the end of 2021. Main question, if you talk about use of hydrogen on ships, it's what are you going to use to store the hydrogen? Is it a physical-based form, compressed gas, or solid, or liquid hydrogen, or even compressed cryogene hydrogen? So that goes to very low temperatures. Is it a more material-based hydrogen, either a chemical hydrogen, complex hydrogen, an interstitial hydrogen, or liquid organic hydrogen, or an absorbent? Why would you want to use a material-based hydrogen carrier? That's because if you use compressed gas, you need 7 times as much space compared to the same tank volume you could take with you in oil products. If you go to material-based, you can deal with lesser space to get the same amount of energy density. Sodium borehydride, the formula is not so difficult. You have sodium borehydride, you add water, and what comes out of it is sodium boroxide, which I will come back to later. And hydrogen. The hydrogen goes into a fuel cell to produce electricity for your electrical engine, and it produces heat, which you can use on board of the ship for the heating of the ship. We are at the moment with the University of Delft and the University of Amsterdam looking into ways to scale up the regeneration of the spent fuel. Sodium borehydride you can buy easily in large quantities, but sodium boroxide, which is the waste products, if you add again hydrogen to it, you get sodium borhydrogen. So we're now working together with the universities of a scale up so that you have a real circular or a reuse of the spent fuels. In the little bottle, you see the sodium borhydride. It's kind of a white powder. You add a catalyst to it and out comes the hydrogen. On the right-hand side, you see a test location which has been developed by H2 Fuels. That's the company which is partnering up with us to develop the solution for a small ship. The next step, of course, will be how do you use it for barges or even bigger ships. And this is what the vessel is going to look like. It fits 15 to 20 passengers, has a deck at the back side where you can stand and watch, of course, the Amsterdam canals. It's quite a low ship because it has to travel also under the canal bridges. The second project I would like to share with you is the Green Maritime Methanol project. This is a Dutch consortium, including Port of Rotterdam, University of Delft, Marin, the Technology Institute, also several ship builders like Damen and ship operators like the Dutch Navy and Van Oort. It has roughly the same setup as the project of the hydrogen. So what's the long-term strategy to develop methanol or green methanol as a suitable fuel for shipping industry? How could the supply chain look like? That means from the production for either biofuel like biomethanol or the synthetical type of methanol where you add hydrogen and CO2 for air capture or from the air directly or carbon capture storage and then produce methanol. What is relevant for the regulations? So that's for the classification of the ships, being it sea ships or being it barges or inland waterway ships, but also regulations to having methanol approved as a bunkering fuel. How can the bunkering process look like? And there are some pilots being developed. One of the pilots is, for instance, by Van Oort or the Dutch Navy. Part of the project is the testing of existing combustion engines. How can you use an existing engine, for instance, a water slough engine or a Caterpillar engine, and use methanol as a fuel? As the Port of Amsterdam, the pilots we tried to develop was the retrofit of an existing patrol vessel. You see the vessel in the picture on the right-hand corner. And on the left hand, you see how the methanol tanks should fit into the existing ship. And that's the problem, because if you want to use methanol as a fuel for ships, you have to realize that the same amount of methanol in an existing tank, you can only travel half the distance if you use oil products, marine oils, for instance. So either you would have to enlarge your tank twice as much, or you would have to bunker twice as often. For these kind of ships, that doesn't matter so much because they have a fixed location in the port of Amsterdam in the region, so the bunkering is not actually a problem. The problem here was that if you want to use methanol, you have to use different tanks, new tanks, because the existing tanks are not fit to use methanol. The same goes for the pipelines on board of the ship. So getting new tanks in would mean that we have to take off the upper half of the ship, so the steering cabin, otherwise we could not get at the existing tanks. So that means that we decided not to go on with this pilot. At the moment, the Ministry of Transport, they also have a couple of pilot ships, and there's going to be a new built one, and they're trying to develop a business case so that they could use methanol as a shipping fuel for that ship. A short introduction to two pilots and some general information about the challenges we face as ports to develop bunkering facilities and regulations, but also the supply chain from the new fuels into the ports and then into the ships. If you got any questions, don't hesitate to ask them. And I would like to give over to the chairman of the conference.
Yes, so thank you very much for the presentation, Jan. At this moment, we don't see any questions, but as always, we welcome to ask questions in the private session, and I'm sure Mr. Jan will answer them delight. Thank you once more. Now I would like to invite on stage Mr. Cosmo King. He is the Chief Executive Officer of IO Currents, and he will be speaking on the topic reliable and green AI-driven decision-making for optimized ship maintenance and efficiency. Hello, Cosmo.
Hey, how's the audio?
Oh, yes. We will see you in a few moments. Hi. Hello, Cosmo. Can you hear us?
Yep. Do I sound okay?
Yes, you sound perfect. So the stage is yours, and we'll speak afterwards.
Okay. Well, thank you all so much for having me here at the Greentech and Shipping online event. It's fantastic to be joined by people all around the world in a forum like this. And I think it's just an example of ways where even in this pandemic, we may be brought closer together in some ways. I don't think I would have been able to make it to Europe today to present to you, but I'm very pleased to be able to do so now. IO Currents is a technology company from Seattle, Washington. So we're here up in the northwest corner of the United States. They call us Cloud City. This is the home of Microsoft, Amazon, Boeing, Starbucks. Now we are really a world headquarters of cloud computing and artificial intelligence companies. So IO Currents is a tech company exclusively focused on analyzing data from ships' equipment at sea to enable more reliable, efficient, lower risk operation. We identify operational problems and make recommendations on what to change in real time. So the maritime industry has been talking about digitization of shipping fleets for a long time, probably since before IMO 2020. And then there was IMO 2020, and then the 2050 conversation about totally reducing emissions down to by 50% or more or sooner. And then there was the COVID-19 pandemic. So the world is changing so fast, and we know that digitization is important, but why? Why will it help? Even the CEO of Kongsberg said, if we don't use technologies from outside the industry, the shipping industry will fail. Remy at DNVGL says that digital technologies will be a key enabler for the transition to low carbon fuels to happen. Martin Stopford in a recent talk said that he thinks this pandemic is actually going to be a stimulus to make us look at basic business models and embrace technology, and actually embrace digital technology. Some of these trends, which we've been talking about forever, may now become embedded in part of our permanent lives, just because of how much has changed so quickly. But Martin also said that the biggest influence on fuel consumption is the master himself. The human element is still a source of a huge amount of variability, and now there's a huge risk to the personnel on board vessels. So these are all things that are affecting us. The traditional way of monitoring in the engine room is waiting for something to happen. Even with the most senior engineer on board, the pace at which sensor data is growing, the complexity of operations is making this a daunting task. The changes in fuel types now for IMO 2020, and the variety of different types of fuels and propulsion that may be on board means an added complexity, and this add uncertainty to maintenance routines as well. Now the crews are under even more pressure due to the challenges of vessel access, to crew changes, and the economic impacts of COVID-19. So traditional rote maintenance practices of equipment overhauls and teardowns at specific time intervals, these are known to be wasteful and still result in too many sudden failures. And now we really have to do more with less. So we need to be able to manage the ship's equipment in a different way. What Currents has built is a platform for remote condition-based monitoring. Marine Insight is a platform that enables management and full analysis of the ship's equipment remotely from any kind of equipment, from any manufacturer. We're completely independent. We're not part of any OEM. We can give you the true unbiased view of everything that's happening across the ship. And now with COVID-19, everything is remote. Even our conferences are remote again. So we're getting used to and seeing the advantages of working in this new manner. So it's only natural now that we'd increase the capabilities of our remote operations center and even automate what's possible on board the vessel. So what this platform does is bring together data from all different systems on board, engines, generators, alarm panels, tanks, cargo systems, anything on board that's generating data. Today, if it's in a silo, we have a way to bring that together on board, combine it with high resolution time and location, and analyze it on board the vessel before it's sent to the cloud. We don't blast raw data to the cloud. We need to find out what is the state of things as soon as possible, so that we can provide alerts and make optimization recommendations and provide real-time rich views on board the vessel. Then the data is immediately pushed to the cloud so that anyone can see it around the world and have a unified view of the fleet. So we have numerous applications that are built on top of this platform, but what they do is increase uptime to predict and reduce component failure, optimize the maintenance schedules. We increase the visibility across the fleet, which is, again, it's an independent manner, and it enables you to empower the crews to make better decisions in real time. increasing reliability-centered maintenance. So many companies are looking to move to RCM-style routines, but they can't do it. It's added work. Now we can enable this and as well reduce fuel consumption and the environmental impact at the same time. And we have a platform that is small and installed on board any existing vessel within 4 to 6 hours. And now with the challenges of COVID-19, we've actually been deploying self-install kits and remote walkthrough inspections of the vessel so that everything is prepared in advance, and we can mail a kit off to you anywhere in the world to plug in and begin analyzing the data on board. This is a typical installation on a MAN diesel for a bulk cargo carrier here in the United States. And the little black box here is about the size of a iPad that gets installed on board the vessel. So these would have been some video views of what the portal looks like. They scroll down, but you can see there's representations of the gauges, there's representations of location, and in fact the data itself all in one place, all in one portal. And what's interesting about that is it's a progression. I mean, if data on the gauges is just one point in time. So if you're looking at a gauge, like you're in the engine room, you look away for a moment and it's lost. If you this is what you typically would log on board. But if you log this once or twice a day, you have only a very coarse grained view of what's actually going on board. And you can never optimize at that resolution. When we look at the data, I'll show you some more examples of the resolution of the data that we have, which we look at many times a second. We can see the story of the voyage in full context of time and space, with a record of history that's preserved and immutable. So let me show you a few examples of how our platform is being used in the shipping industry. On a tanker, the fuel itself, the fuel for propulsion and the fuel in the cargo needs to be monitored. We can provide visibility on the capacity, the temperatures, the handling, the rate, everything that's going on from the start to the end of the voyage. We can have oversight of and a permanent independent record of this. If there's any dispute about the quality or the handling of the cargo, we have a permanent record, and this has been used to avoid disputes with buyers. But also we can increase the safety and provide alerts if there's anything going wrong. In regulation in the United States, there's been for a long time an emission control area a couple hundred miles from shore. So ships have to change fuel. We can help them monitor the type of fuel they're using in each location. In this case, they're going from marine diesel oil to bunker fuel, and we can see exactly when and where they make that change. And of course, the different characteristics of the operation of the engine at that time as well. This is all preserved, and it's something that they can ensure if they ever have a claim that says they were burning the wrong fuel in the wrong location. Now they can show that they were not. They get an alert if the crew changes fuel in the wrong location. And we actually have very customizable analysis that can be done because each fleet is different, and companies want to study now feasibility of making many different kinds of changes. So we can create custom analyses and overlays, which include vibration and steering characteristics and speeds and RPMs and any number of other parameters that companies want to compare against. This is just in a basic form of analysis. So let me get into some of the more advanced type, because this is just kind of the foundation. These are kind of layer one, we would call them. But more important is to be able to predict when things are going to go wrong. And now we can do that with artificial intelligence. IOCurrents has built a platform called Automated Anomaly Detection, AAD, which we use machine learning to create models for each piece of equipment on board the ship. But not only that, we need to refresh those models from time to time. We have a system that does that automatically, so you don't have to have a team of data scientists working at your company. I think the big thing is a lot of companies have been trying to use machine learning and AI themselves in the shipping industry, but it means you have to hire software developers and data scientists and figure it out all out yourself. We provide this as a service that's automatic. And this is an example of, without going into too much detail, a overheat situation of a vessel that actually happened while they were at the dock. They did get an alert, but this alert was based on a hard threshold that they got. So the red band is a hard threshold alert that they got, and they were able to use our system and confirm that that the bearings were not compromised. They were not overheated too long, and they were able to go back to work, which for these guys was fishing in the Bering Sea. But we ran a machine learning model on this data set afterwards, and we were able to see that the machine learning model would have caught the failure condition 15 minutes earlier, and it's the yellow line guarding the threshold. So the machine learning model adds you additional warning, and it's much more precise and flexible because it's detecting the trend, not just a hard threshold. And once we detect issues like this, we can run that model again and again and again and prevent that problem from ever happening again. But as I'll show you, we also have ways to learn before the failure ever happens. So in this case, we have a generator that is failing. And this one also, a hard threshold would have caught the issue at a certain number, whether that's 70, the manufacturer's spec for this component was 70 PSI, pounds per square inch. But even if they had set it at 60, it would have caught it at this time, which is the failure mode. The machine learning model catches it days in advance of this, catches the trend, and prevents the failure from happening. We've with one customer of a tugboat company here on the West Coast, we've taken them from a case where they've had multiple failures a year of high pressure fuel pumps to none in 4 years, because again, we're actually detecting the anomalies on that system and alerting them in advance so that they can change operation, remove that part preventatively, and have a better situation with getting it replaced by the manufacturer. No dispute with the manufacturer. They've got a complete data record showing that part is failing consistently, and now they get a warranty claim on that component. Reliability-centered maintenance, in a nutshell, is maintaining equipment just in time. This is a maintenance planning tool that the aviation industry pioneered, which now many shipping companies and others are seeking to implement. This establishes safe minimum levels of maintenance and changes of operation to reduce cost and time. RCM for example, you could use fuel flow or times in different modes of operation to do maintenance schedules rather than just hours or a calendar. So, so we actually perform analysis across the fleet of the times in different modes, the times in idle, the times in different RPM bands, and we can show when maintenance should be done optimally rather than just by rote schedules. These are reports that companies can get on a regular basis from us, but it's all coming from the machine data to move you towards a more optimal maintenance schedule. And even the alerts themselves can become indicators. If we have all of the vessels configured either with manufacturer specifications or with statistical based alert thresholds that tell when equipment's running outside of normal, then we can look at the characteristics of those alerts and see which equipment's having more alerts statistically and therefore most likely to need maintenance sooner. Optimizing the fuel operation is the really exciting part. So again, if we think, that the way that equipment is operated actually affects how much fuel it consumes. We know that slow steaming can save fuel, but can we really do the math in our head of what speed to use, in what wind, in what wave, in what seas, and with the time constraints that are there, with the loads that are available, that are present on the vessel, from the cargo, from the tanks, and from everything, which is a dynamic system. Can we really calculate that in our head to determine the optimal speed at any given time? That would be a daunting task, but machine learning and AI can do that. So if we think, starting with a more basic analysis, even accounting across the fleet, we can see which vessels are performing the worst to the best on similar trips. We can use KPIs such as gallons or tons per mile, or we can use metrics like grams per kilowatt hour of fuel, or emissions-based metrics to include your emissions goals in those measures as well. And reports are available that compare across the whole fleet with even idle time. The idle not only costs you fuel when equipment is idling, whether that's engines on small craft or generators on larger craft that are being underutilized at too low of loads. That not only costs you and wastes fuel when it's unnecessarily running, but it adds hours and it adds low load carbon buildup inside the equipment, which is a maintenance impact. So reducing idling, we've been able to reduce idle time 60% in a US tugboat fleet recently by simply making alerts for the company when they should change out of idle. The analysis is live though, and we can make recommendations in real time based on, like elsewhere, we've done models, and we're actually piloting this summer. We're actually piloting AI-driven speed recommendations on cargo ships. So if anyone is interested in that and we want to learn what's possible, but we believe that substantial fuel savings can be made by taking recommendations to speed up or even to slow down or speed up in order to get to your target at the exact right time based on the current prevailing conditions. So in summary, we've built a data platform that enables a variety of applications in a standard independent way on your fleet. And many of these help you to meet your environmental goals and now your remote management goals due to the changing world. We have partners around the world to help deploy and implement our system, which also includes DNVGL. We're on the DNVGL Veracity platform. We have partnered with Ulstein, working with oil and gas, especially in Brazil. We've got a new VDR partner, and we're working with the Washington Maritime Blue, which is a great organization here in our state. And we've started working with insurers as well, too, because they are seeing the benefit of reducing the risk, and they will be able to offer premium discounts to certain companies that take these new maintenance routines into practice. That's all I got. Thank you so much for having us. Again, what we think is that not only can you meet your environmental goals, but you can also be more profitable at the same time. And that is the dream for shipping, not just in 2050, but what can we do today? So I think that so much is possible.
Thank you very much, Cosmo, for amazing presentation on a very hot topic about AI and machine learning. And I can tell you that I love the technology very much. Just at the beginning of this event, we had a presentation from Japan. Now we have a presentation from United States, and everything is streamed from Central Europe. So thank you very much. Let's see, we have some questions for you. I can see that we don't have any questions, but as always, I encourage you, the viewers, to engage in a conversation with Mr. Cosmo King about a very hot topic and the services that he provides. Thank you once again. Yes. So now I would like to invite on stage Ms. Isabel Rikpost. She is Secretary General from ESPO, and she would be speaking on a topic from Green Deal to Green Recovery. Hello, Isabel. Hi, Isabel, you should activate your camera and your microphone. Hi, Isabel, I can see that your microphone is on right now. Can you speak?
Yes, here I am.
Yes, we can hear you, but very, very, not very, can you speak a little bit louder?
Yes, do you hear me now?
Hi, Isabel. Yes, perfect.
You hear me
The
now?
stage is yours.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and sorry for this small hiccup, but that's the virtual world. I would like my name is Isabel Rikpost. I'm the Secretary General of ESPO, the European Seaports Organization. And I would like so my presentation is a lot less technical than the previous presentations. Interesting presentations. I could just follow the first two. The last two, let's see. But mine is more about policy and about green policy that is being developed at EU level, and more in concrete, the Green Deal that is being discussed and that now is really the flagship project at European level. So in fact, when it was announced in December of last year, the Commission President von der Leyen was really mentioning it and announcing it as the man on the moon moment for Europe. So really changing, so a very big project, changing, and she said it's not about a lowering of emissions, so it's not only a greening project, but it's a new growth strategy. So it should transform the way we consume, the way we produce. It will frame everything what is happening. So that were the sentences that were used by EU policymakers when this Green Deal was announced. Just in short, the big goals, because in fact the document of December is just announcing the ambitions, and this is to be net zero by 2050 as Europe as a whole, and to have a 50 to 55% reduction of CO2 emissions by 2030. And then for transport, this would mean a 90% CO2 reduction by 2050. So then we also have now a climate law that is in the making, and this is to make this general ambition in a more to enshrine it in a really a law, concrete legislation. So if we look at European Green Deal and then ports and what is important for ports and for maritime, so it will fit into this sustainable and smart mobility. So this is the big transport strategy for Europe for the next 10 years. They also plan to extend the emission trading to the maritime sector. It's not clear on how this would be done and if and under which conditions. The Commission is also planning a review of the Alternative Fuel Directive. This is the directive which says which technologies or which infrastructure the port should have to facilitate the uptake of alternative of clean fuels. Then there is also a proposal expected for the revision of the Energy Taxation Directive. As you know, the conventional fuels are exempted from taxation at the moment in international shipping, but through the revision they would be looking at also the clean fuels to see what should be done with them. And then there is the Fuel EU Maritime, which is an initiative to regulate the demand. In the Green Deal paper, there were even that it was mentioned that they would regulate the access to EU ports for less environmentally performing ships, for the most polluting ships. But as I said, this green paper or this communication of December, it's just a communication. It's not a legislative proposal yet. So we do not know how this will be concretely or concretized in legislation. As ESPO, we have voiced a point of view because the goals and what I put in the previous slides, it's very much in short, but now I will go a bit more in detail on what is in this, what is being discussed. So in general, just briefly, we welcome the ambition. So all the percentages that you have seen in the previous slide, we agree with them in a way. So we also share as European ports these ambitions, but we think policy should be made in the most effective way. We should reach these goals in the most effective way, and we think that cooperation between all sectors and also all policy departments is needed. What we also claim or want to voice in this debate is that ports are really at the crossroads of supply chains, but are also clusters of energy, industry, and blue economy. And so we can play an important role. Then as concerns the greening of the shipping sector, we see it as a priority for the ports. We support the IMO target of 2018. We think that it's the driver and it's the main responsibility lays with the shipping sector. But European ports, we are committed to play our part in helping the shipping sector through this transition. We believe that it's very important that there is a close cooperation between the shipping lines and the ports, but also with the energy providers, the producers, and also the cargo owners. Then what we think is that we see that ports are very diverse in Europe. Also, maritime shipping is very diverse. So we think that for this greening, that every port should be able to make a roadmap based on concrete criteria, like and we should therefore so plan how we will prepare the infrastructure. So we need to prepare the need for investments on the basis of a roadmap and on the basis of concrete criteria. What are the available fuels? What is the segments of shipping that are coming to your port? Which fuels are they using, or do they want to use, or will they use to come to this ambition? And so then what are the financial resources that are required? And so on this basis, then we will cater or prepare for these investments. So what we also think is that we need a goal-based approach and technology-neutral approach, and that is in line with the roadmap. So what we want to avoid is that we face legislation that would oblige each European port to go for a certain technology, let's say to the full percentage, 100% OPS, 100% hydrogen, and you name it. So we really want a technology neutral approach, maybe with some guidance, stimulation, and so on, so that every port can make its choice together with the ship owners and with the users of the port and the energy providers. So we want a steering in the policy level, that's not a problem, but certain flexibility. So what we also, we are also open to have a reductions at birth, because we know, and in Europe we have a lot of issues and a real call from the European citizens for clean air, and we really want to cater for that. Ports are really enshrined in a local reality, also in a societal integration, let's say, so they have to take into account this, and they really want to have a gradual approach to reducing emissions at birth. And we think that the initial focus there should be the births close to the urban areas, and also maybe look at certain specific segments where it would be easier. The aim should be to have on average, a 50% reduction by 2030 on average and across all segments of shipping. So then, as we discuss onshore power supply, we see it as an important pillar of the solution of the transition to decarbonization, but we see some barriers also that are still there. What we also think, it's not for all segments the most appropriate solution. We think that we should consider the high cost of the solution, or it should be considered by policymakers. This is not a barrier, but it should be considered. We also see from all the cases where OPS has been installed, it has, as to say, not at our knowledge, been installed on a fully business model. There has been, in most, if not all cases, public funding or intervention. So we also have to see that the grid is green, because otherwise we are moving the emissions from the port to somewhere in the hinterland. We also have to acknowledge that OPS is, if it's not for charging the batteries on board of the ship for doing, like with short distance ferries, really the transport, then it's only tackling the emissions at birth. And we also see that taxation is a barrier. So that is why we also think that the review of the energy taxation should be accommodating this concern and give also a tax exemption for OPS. As concerns LNG, we recognize that LNG will remain as a transitional fuel, at least in the near future. So for the next financing period, which is in Europe in 2021-2028, we think that the support of the planned projects that were there, they need to receive further support. Then we also think that the market-based measures, there we want some more investigation, and we must see that there must be enough pressure on IMO to roll out the meaningful measures by 2023, but we think that there we need some more investigation on what are the consequences of one or another system. So as I said, this point is that we want a permanent tax exemption for all clean fuels. I mentioned it already for OPS, but we need it for also all the other clean fuels, so that all fuels are on the same basis or in the same situation. What we see, and that we regret a bit, that is in the document from December 2019, the Commission saw in the modal shift option, so to go away from road transport, they only considered rail transport and inland waterway transport, but they were not seeing short sea shipping as an option. Whereas we think that short sea shipping is really a valuable greening option, and we also even consider pipelines as an additional option for the greening and as an additional sustainable mode of transport. Then we also want to convey the point, convey the message, and I already put it at the beginning, that it's very important to also consider ports as clusters of energy and clusters of industry, and that also to see that as these clusters of energy, ports can really play a proactive and an active way, active role in the supply, the production, transport, and so on, not only from the conventional fuels, but also for all the clean fuels. Then we also believe that not only climate mitigation, but also resilience and ensuring the resilience to climate change is an important aspect and should be certainly considered, because ports are literally on the first row when it comes to extreme weather conditions and rising sea levels. So then we also think that what we also think that is digitalization can play a role in enhancing the sustainability, not only by making the processes more efficient, but also more transparent. So we think that there we can see that even carbon footprints and so on can be followed a lot more easy. You can organize things a lot more better, so you can avoid a lot of CO2 emissions. So we don't see it as the main instrument, but it can be in the list an additional instrument. But what we also think, and that is an important aspect of the debate, is that if you want to go for this big Green Deal ambition for the whole of Europe, Europe should also walk the talk, and we should see that there is enough money foreseen, enough funding foreseen, because there are a lot of investments to be made, not at least by ports, where there is no return on investment, or a low one and a slow one, let's say. And that brings me to this slide, which is the how to finance the Green Deal. It's I won't go into the big detail of that, but you see that there is the EU budget, that a part of the EU budget for the next period, a big part would be reserved for everything what is Green Deal. But to that, linked to that, there is then a Invest Europe, Invest EU, which is combining public and private investments and mobilizes a lot of investments in addition. And then you have a new mechanism, the Just Transition mechanism, which aims at helping the countries which have to do more efforts, which are maybe in more traditional or energy intensive industries, to get towards these Green Deal ambitions. But on the Green Deal ambitions, on this Just Transition mechanism, will in fact give support to, especially to certain regions. And as far as I know, it's not always linked to port regions, or port regions, you know, it's not, port regions are not in the priority regions for that. So, but then we had the COVID, and I think you discussed it already a lot today, where we had the big project that was the Green Deal, and then COVID came in between. Now also at policy level, if we see all the discussions that are taking place at EU policy level, it's a lot about about COVID, consequences, impacts, and so on, recovery measures. So at some point there was a fear that the Green Deal or would go away, and from this priority that the momentum had passed. But now we see that really Green Deal and COVID, it has become a green recovery. So the two have been put together, and this is because there is really this political will. And we say now, you see it in the red quotes, where they say that Green Deal, it's not a luxury, because this was a bit the risk that people say, yeah, but with the whole economic crisis, with the whole health crisis, is it now the moment to look at all these climate issues? So the Commission has quickly voiced that, yes, it is not a luxury. It's not because there is COVID that the climate crisis, which is also a global crisis, is away. So we should profit and use this momentum to give support, to support the recovery, but to support the recovery in a green way. So there is now a budget proposal on the table, where you have an extra 750 billion money that would be put into the budget for the next 4 years, let's say. And there you have my slide, I see is a bit shrinked, so that is my fault. Sorry about that, but we can correct it afterwards. So the money would come from different instruments. For instance, the Just Transition Fund would get a bit more money. So what I said, the regions that already had the difficulty to cope with the ambitions of the Green Deal would get a bit more support for that. Then you can also question, where does the additional money will come from? Of course, from the member state, but they also see two other additional means, and this would be the extension of the emission trading system to maritime and aviation. So this, in fact, this legislation is not yet there, but in the proposal for the budget, they are already foreseeing that. Then there is also a carbon border adjustment mechanism that I mention here, because there is also might be an indirect impact. It's for all goods coming into Europe, but that are not complying with the climate requirements that we have in Europe, that there would be a certain carbon fee to be paid. This framework is not yet installed. There is no exact proposal for that yet, but they already counted into the resources for the budget for the next years. So that are a bit, but that's more technical, because this new, well, how it's called, this new generation EU. It's the whole concept of this green recovery, of the recovery plan for the next years. So there you see all these the different pillars, which is supporting the member states, then helping also private investment and the economy, and then learning the lessons of the crisis. What I also just want to like to end with, draw your attention to, is the framework of called EU taxonomy for sustainable finance. This is something that is going on at the European level since 2016, with the aim to creating a framework for private investments, private investors, to see what is sustainable finance, and this would be a basis for private investors to invest. But now this instrument is being linked to the Green Deal and so on, to all the mechanisms, to all the greening objectives in all the different frameworks, in all the different domains, let's say, of EU legislation. And so this EU taxonomy is really gaining in importance, because for every area of every subject of the economy, they will define what is sustainable or not. It's at the moment we are a bit looking into that, because what we fear a bit is that this could add on a layer to the already existing EU legislation that is applicable to our field, and that there are maybe diverging goals or diverging legislation, so that maybe, for instance, in a clean fuel infrastructure directive, certain provisions are being made, but then in the framework of this EU taxonomy, they would decide differently on what is supported or can be supported or can be qualified as sustainable finance. So for this, we are trying to clarify that, but it's clear that it's an important piece of legislation or policy work to look into. I think also the slide clearly shows that in all financial instruments, greening is really like a red line, be it climate or more general greening. And that this will be so important for the next years if you want to get any support, be it from even public but also private investors. So that was my last slide, but I'm happy to answer any questions that there would be.
Hello, Isabel. Thank you very much for your presentation. We have one question for you from Julian Wansap. Dear Isabel, which ports, in your view, are setting an example in heading towards European Union's sustainability goals?
This is a very difficult question for me to reply, because I represent all European ports, and so I defend also all European ports. But this being said, what is important to know that as European ports, for instance, our organization exists since 1993. And the first initiative that has been taken together by all the European ports in our organization was in the field of greening. So greening has always been on top of the agenda of European ports. Ports have always had this mixed ambition in a way to serve the community, to combine commercial and private interests. So for them, it has always been on the forefront. In ESPO, we have also a network of frontrunners, as you would call it. It's ports that really want to put environment on their agenda. It's not about the 10 most environmental ports. It's all ports who each for themselves want to do something, want to progress on sustainability. And this EcoPorts network is in fact gathering small and big ports, ports of the north, the south, the east, and the west. You do not see a picture in it. I mean, you do not can say it's only the big ports in Europe that are really doing well. It's only the ones in the south, only the ones in the north. Not at all. We see it a bit everywhere. Of course, big ports will have let's say, bigger challenges, so also to cater for that. But we see that most of the ports are doing great efforts. You can see and also see, because we monitor that and measure that, and you can also see that in our environmental report that we issue every year. So there you can really see our parameters of the European ports.
Okay, I'm sure Mr. Julian will look at the report and get the answer that he's looking for. So thank you once more, Isabel. That was an amazing presentation. So thank you very much for joining, and hope to see you in our future events.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye. Now I would like to invite on stage Mr. Amit Basu. He is the Vice President, CIO, and CISO from International Seaways. And he will be speaking on the topic, business continuity in a pandemic and cybersecurity. Hello, Amit. We are hearing you, but as of this point, no video. So you should enable the camera. Hello, Amit. Hi, Amit. So we cannot see you and we cannot hear you.
Okay, can you hear me and see me?
Hi, Amit.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, so we can hear you perfectly. The stage is yours. I'm disconnecting.
Very good. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. My name is Amit Basu. I work for a shipping company named International Seaways, headquartered in New York City. Today, I'm going to talk about a very current topic and which is very near and dear to me for the last few months. This is about business continuity practices during this global pandemic and the emerging cyber risk. This unprecedented COVID-19 outbreak in 2020 has fundamentally changed the way all of us used to work. Working from home became the work mode of choice of the entire world. But it was not easy for every company to do this migration. Some of the companies may be already familiar with their employees working from home, but a lot of companies like ours, we were not. And there are also some real life deterrents for companies like ours. We, like a lot of other companies, still require our employees to use computers issued by the company for the work. In our company, and which is true for a lot of other companies, people go to work using mass transit, and for convenience, they prefer to leave their computer at work rather than carrying back and forth daily. A lot of business processes in companies like ours still require printing reports or scanning documents, and a lot of our employees don't have a printer or scanner at their home. So when almost overnight we have to decide to close the office in the New York City and instruct our entire workforce to work from home, it was not an easy task. It was quite a shock for a lot of people. But two things I think have helped companies that include us to achieve a full capability while working from home quite quickly. The number one was companies who had a well-defined business continuity plan. And more importantly, the business continuity plan had a key scenario for loss of the office building. What happens when employees cannot access the office building, how they work. And secondly, a regular review and testing of that business continuity plan. Along with the business continuity plan, companies who actively migrated to cloud computing also benefited in this working from home migration. The cloud computing providers can really help us in two ways. The public or private cloud providers, they allow disaster recovery solutions by allowing to build a secured virtual office that can host copies of the key systems and the replicated data. And there are the SaaS solutions or software as a service solutions for key business applications like email, finance, human resources, CRM. Not only these solutions provide cost savings, flexibility, and scalability, they also guarantee availability from anywhere over internet, and that ensures business continuity. But once entire world went to a lockdown, every country was busy trying to deal with the COVID-19 situation, and companies like ours were scrambling to settle down with all their staff working from home. Unfortunately, the cyber criminals were not on lockdown. Today, cybercrime is an organized sector with lots of sophistication. The professional cyber criminals saw this global pandemic as an opportunity to further their agendas. And also, suddenly the recreational hackers now also have a lot more time in their hands while working from home. So over the last 3-4 months, cyber attackers are leveraging the fact that worldwide a lot more people are accessing their company information assets from their home, and these home networks have a lot less security and controls. Employee homes surely lack the physical security of the office premises, like the security cameras, the motion detectors, the access cards to access secured areas. Employee homes generally do not have sophisticated network security like firewalls, intrusion prevention systems, intrusion detection systems. Often employees at home are using shared and unsecured internet connection from home to connect to the office systems and data. Also, the security mechanism that we generally deploy in the user computers, like the antivirus updates, vulnerability scans, patchings, regular backups, a lot of these mechanisms are often dependent on the fact that the computer need to be within the office network. So suddenly when these computers went out of office network and went to employee homes, a lot of those mechanisms started to fail. And once they fail, the computers became a lot more vulnerable to cyber attacks. And then, lastly but not at the least, all of us suddenly started using a lot of internet-based collaboration tools. Microsoft Teams, Zoom, WebEx, these all tools, they become very popular to all of us. We started using Zoom calls almost on a daily basis. And this has increased. Suddenly the cyber attack surfaced tremendously. A lot more computers are compromised using the vulnerabilities of one of these tools. These are some of the published data of cyber attacks over the last 3 months. In general, there are around 37% increase in cyber attacks. 45% of the home office networks have some malware in it. Phishing attacks went by over 600%. Ransomware attacks went up by almost 150%. Cyber attacks on cloud services, they increased by almost 630% between this January and April. 1 in 7 work from home setup has exposed cable modem, the device we use for our home internet connection, exposed to the world. These are really scary numbers. So I'm going to talk in the next couple of slides, how do we really keep our employees and overall the organization-wide information assets safe in these scary situations. These are some of the key focus areas that can keep our employees and their computers safe at their home. First and foremost, we definitely need to enforce a strong company-wide security policy that would require employees to maintain a strong password, lock their screens automatically when the computer is not in use, should not allow them to any install of any unauthorized software, and several other such controls, which should be still enforceable even when the computers are at their home. We should continue doing the awareness trainings for our employees using whatever media we have available at this point. Our employees need to keep on hearing all the horror stories of cyber attacks that's happening across the world and how they can keep their own information and, importantly, the company's information safe at their home computers. We should surely have two-factor authentication for any enterprise system or data access, for our emails, for any collaboration tools, data sharing tools like SharePoint, OneDrive. We should not be able to access those just by our password. There should be password together with a second factor authentication. When we are accessing the critical company systems like our ERP system, our HR system, our CRM system, should consider employing a VPN access. VPNs makes the internet communication encrypted from point to point. The hard disk of our computers, we should consider encrypting. That would prevent the computer data loss in case the computer is lost or stolen. We should consider backing up user computer hard disks even when it is at their home, so that in case the computer is lost, stolen, or there is a ransomware attack on those computers, the data is not lost. We can go to the cloud backup and restore that data on another computer. In all the office networks, we employ a very important control, which we call the firewall, that monitors any malicious data traffic between our office networks to the outside world and back. Unfortunately, in our home networks, when we connect to the internet using the same computer but sitting at home, we do not have, in most cases, such a control. Our home internet providers allow our computers to go to any internet site. So if we get a phishing email on our email system that has a malicious website link, it's very possible from home, when you click on that link, the computer may actually go to that, visit that malicious website link, and that may very well compromise my computer, the data on the computer, the credentials of the computer. This can be prevented by two ways. One is having a strong protection of spam and malware filtering on our emails. So before even it reaches my mailbox, the spam filter or the malware filter should stop it from coming. Then, even if it arrives in my mailbox, the link should be checked by some tool. There are tools available that allows to scan those links before it allows to go to that link. We should also implement some extra monitoring of the antivirus updates, the vulnerability scans, and the patching of the user computers. Make sure even when the employee is working from home, the computer has latest antivirus. It's doing a regular vulnerability scans to find out what patches are necessary, and the patches are being applied. And as I mentioned about malicious websites, there should be consideration of installing any web content filtering tool in these computers that will monitor the website access from these computers. One, from the security perspective, is to prevent going to any malicious website. And secondly, companies may even consider from a productivity perspective to monitor what websites employees are visiting versus what are the work-related websites. Again, this list on this page are a long list, but this list can go on. There are several ways we can protect the user computers better in user home. Every company may not need all of these mechanisms or controls, but they all are good practices. We have implemented quite a few, if not most of these mechanisms and controls. And I can definitely swear that we are getting good results from these practices. But every company need to weigh their needs versus the benefits of each one of these mechanism controls, and then decide which one fits their needs best and which one they can implement. So that brings me to my last slide, which I want to end this presentation with these two final comments. So the first comment about what we call the network perimeter. Until all these years, the primary focus of cybersecurity was protecting the network perimeter. All the primary focus was on how do I keep my office network protected against outside attackers. But today, when the entire world is working from home, these corporate network perimeters are getting so wide, it's reaching every user's home, really. The computer is sitting at user homes at different parts of the world. So these network perimeters are getting wider and wider, and it's almost, they are vanishing. So the time has come when we should really consider shifting the focus from securing the network perimeter to securing the user computers, which we call changing the focus from perimeter security to endpoint security. And the second one is really my mantra, that today cyber defense is no longer about staying a step ahead. It's about trying to remain no further than a step behind the adversaries. It's no longer a question whether my systems will get compromised. The question is when it will get compromised. So the goal should be cyber resiliency. It's all about how quickly can we recover from our cyber attack and start operating the business normally. So it's absolutely critical that we all have a well-rehearsed incident response plan ready, which should be shared with the business, not owned only by IT. And in any incident takes place, that plan should be executed to get the business back on its feet as quickly as possible. So that was my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Yes, hello, Amit. Thank you very much for your presentation. We have one question for you. And the question is, many companies are saying their work will never be the same after COVID lockdown, since they learned to adapt and liked some changes. What changes will International Seaways implement for long term?
That's a very good question. As I kind of touched upon during my presentation, that we were definitely not a company that was ready to work from home. This was not a culture was very popular in our company. And we issue one computer to every user, but we being situated in the middle of New York City, it's definitely not very easy to carry the computer every day from home to office and back. So on an overnight, on a Sunday on March, we decided to work from home. It was not easy to switch. But two things that I mentioned, we had it practiced for some time that really helped us. One is having a strong business continuity plan that encouraged to practice what happens if our New York office is not accessible. And second, for the last 5 years, we have adopted a cloud-first IT strategy. All our key systems are hosted on the cloud providers, and that gives us the flexibility of using the system from anywhere, wherever our users are. So these two have helped us to move to working from home, even though we were not ready. And then secondly, as we are now practicing working from home for 3 months, and obviously, as all of you must be reading, that New York City was one of the biggest hotspot of this global pandemic, unfortunately, we have to be very cautious planning our return back to the office. So we are trying to make our user computers at home as secure and productive as possible so that they can continue to work from home as long as possible. Or even if when I go back to the office, we have to be ready for the scenario that the second surge may force us back to go back to home quickly. So we are installing tools on user computers, or have installed some tools in the user computers that gives us, from the IT security perspective, better visibility on those computers, better vulnerability scans, better endpoint protection, better patching. We put on a content filtering tool, Cisco Umbrella, on these computers, so we can monitor website accesses from those computers. So we now feel that we have a better control now on the user computers at home. As I said, we've expanded our network perimeters to the user homes. So even though they may be using a shared internet connection, we have a better control, we have a better visibility.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Amit. We don't have any more questions, so I want to thank you once more for the presentation. As always, I encourage you to engage in asking questions of our presenters, and I'm sure that they will help and answer them fairly. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Yes. Now I would like to invite on stage Mr. Stavros Meidanis. He is the DPA Safety Manager at Capital Ship Management Corporation, and he will be speaking on the topic digitalization in shipping, artificial intelligence and machine learning, application and business strategy. Hello, Stavros.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear
Good
me?
afternoon. We can hear you, but we should wait for the video. You should activate it on top.
Okay, thank you very much, Clemensis. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We just need to, oh, we can see you as well. So the floor is yours and we will speak after your presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. I would like to present a topic that a lot of us we believe that this is something that is coming very fast. I'm talking about digitalization in shipping, but more specific, artificial intelligence and machine learning, several applications. All of us, we know that shipping is a very intensive and very an industry that changes a lot. Changes for us in shipping business is not something new. We have a lot of developments regarding the digital era. And for this reason, I'm going to briefly present some key requirements for an effective digital transformation, and what we're discussing today, from the digital era to the intelligence era. This is, from my point of view, the new thing. Of course, as always, we're talking about the maritime excellence and what it's all about, how the data sources and diagnostic data analysis can be could be the tool for us to explore further, and finally, some ideas about the concepts and the strategies of artificial intelligence and machine learning, and how we can incorporate that to our business strategy. So, as I said earlier, shipping continues experiencing digital transformation. Until 2019, where we still discussed about new smart technologies, especially focusing on environmental footprint. And this is the era that we saw that most of the actions were focused on environmental footprint, how we collect data, how we calculate, how we can measure finally those data. Within the intelligence area, now shipping will present further innovation, improving at the same time the trade, improvement performance with regards to safety, environmental and energy, fully adaptive and preventing approach, either corrective, as we used to have up to now, and I would say that and an approach which is more predictive, and I will come later on. Why is that? In order to allow to us, to the senior management, to take the correct decisions, the strategic decision, and to put on that area of to include on the process of the strategic decision process. If we had this presentation 5 months ago, we used to say about smart shipping, smart technologies, and everything. And this digital transformation will be a concept we have to adapt, but again, it needs some time. All of us were aware on a global basis what we face, and I would say we're still facing with the pandemic COVID-19, starting from January, that we saw this digitalization to run with rhythms nobody could even imagine. We see the transformation is coming from day to day, and this is something we have felt all over the world. In order to have a effective digital transformation, from my point of view, shipping companies will need to focus on the introduction of new business models to fit with today's challenges, but also to be able to cope with tomorrow's requirements, to expand, to have a better communication with customers, expand portfolio, becoming more competitive in a high dynamic market. Another point for an effective digital transformation is that the maritime organization, the shipping companies, needs to digitalize the core business. In simple words, I would say the way that not only that we are using the day-to-day that we are doing the day-to-day operation, but the way of thinking. It's a matter of thinking, cultural, and we have to digitalize the core business. So to adapt successful digital strategies to our current operation. Of course, for sure, we need to, or we can use blockchain technology, gaining the chance to streamline and secure our documentation process, making our processes and decisions and our procedures faster. Finally, one more key point from my point of view is that the shipping companies, we as operators, we need to develop a robust internal digital foundation, which is very, very important. And I would say that this is not something that is very easy to do that. So we have the intelligence area that we are discussing now, and you can see, I hope it's clear, this graph. I'm not going to describe details, but the most important thing to this graph is to see the evolution during the digitalization in order to transform from the digital area to the intelligence area. In simple words, we have the automation. Automation is already there. We have repetitive tasks. We know about that. And the high value tasks. If we go to the right-hand side, we'll see from the industrial automation, we are reaching the intelligence enterprise, the intelligence processes, that this is what our industry is moving forward with very, very fast rhythms. What we're going to use, just a few ideas: machine learning, predictive analysis, in order to automate the manual activities that we have up to now, identify potential risks in order to minimize the danger to the human life and the environment, and of course, to stay ahead of the competition. All of us were talking about maritime excellence, and in our days, I would say there is a number of global shifts reshaping the maritime world. All of us, we are aware that it's not only the day-to-day shipping business that we are trying to manage at least, but also geopolitical and not only aspects that we have to take into consideration. Most of the times we cannot make something to change that, but at the end of the day, we have to cope and we have to do our business effectively and efficiently. Industry players can be met through operational measure and efficiencies in order to driven by connectivity to data analytics. Especially for the shipping companies that they are manages vessels of the dry fleet, of the wet fleet, or LNGs or LPGs. All of us, we are aware about, when we're talking about maritime excellence, we are talking about best practice, best industry practices like TMSA or other high-profile requirements, but everywhere and always they are focused on leadership to the senior management evaluation of the situation, energy and environmental management performance, safety, crew, bunkering, purchasing, incidents, incident investigation and reporting. How we can enhance the maritime excellence through improvement and adopting a machine learning approach. I'm coming to that one. First of all, let's think what kind of data and what are our data sources that we are receiving thousands of data every day in our offices generated by the vessels. We have our ERP systems, we have the onboard sensors, we're talking about the Internet of Things here, the safety management systems, telemetry, voyage data, we're taking the weather and we have a clear picture of what happened at a specific place worldwide on board the vessel. Various other external sources. For example, we're still using some spreadsheets, some documentation in order to have these data sources. So, taking all this data, what we are doing, you can see just a simple, I would say, picture of what we have. We are talking about, we may have the temperature of the engine room, we may have the minimum, the average, or the max temperature. Okay, we know, we have the data. On the other hand, we may have the total plant works for a specific period, for a specific vessel. We can have the total number of defects at the same period, critical defects, open critical defects, or even the consumption that the vessel may have. So we have the key performance indicators that in our days, the data are being generated from our systems, and we are monitoring effectively and efficiently, I hope. So, as I said earlier, we're receiving data from different departments, different sources, from our operations department, from our plant maintenance systems, and other departments of the company. What we are doing about them? Processing and analyzing those data, and we prepare the model preparation based on specific dimensional measures. After that, we make the blending. This part of the diagnostic data analysis included the blending for smarter insights, will allow us to throw away wrong maybe data or even useless sometimes data that our systems may generate or may receive on a daily basis to our offices. And then the last part, we are preparing the data visualization and machine learning. What we are doing, because this is very good to discuss for hours or write papers, but on the other hand, let's see if we can do something in real life. Actually, we at Capital Ship Management, we made an effort during the last 8 months to see not only to prevent, but trying to go a step further, to predict. So, just to give you an example, let's assume that we are analyzing the incident analysis that we have during a specific time. The most important thing, as we know, is to analyze the root cause and some other factors, for example, crew nationality, of course, the type of the vessel, the trade of the vessel, and all this. So, making this exercise, we saw that based on the data analysis and the blending of the data that we made, we came up with a result through the machine learning and predictive and forecasting and predictive analysis that within the next 6 months, there is a possibility to have for the same root cause as we already identified the potential incidence of 3.5 to 5.3 for a specific type of incident. What we did about that? Before, of course, happened, and that was the idea behind, in merging into our business strategy, we started initiatives and specific actions to the entire fleet in order to avoid, if possible, to happen this kind of specific incident or undesirable, if you want, situation. And this is working up to now. So that's the practical part of what we are trying to do with using machine learning process, artificial intelligence embedded to our strategy. So, as I said earlier, data are everywhere. We have thousands of data generated on a daily basis. The artificial intelligence, the AI, and for our point of view, machine learning should be a part of the strategy. The most important thing is to collaborate with our stakeholders across the value chain in order to be able to have more and more opportunities for improvement. Having all these opportunities for improvement and trying to take the best from those opportunities, I strongly believe that the future of our shipping industry, especially from the shipping management process, going through the digitalization, would be heavily based, I would say, on practices like machine learning, automation, application of business strategy, as the artificial intelligence drove us away. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Hello?
Yes, hello Stavros.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's see if we have some questions for you.
Sorry, I lost you. Can you reply?
Of course. I'm looking right now that we do not have any questions for you.
Okay.
So I want to thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Clemensas. All the best.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Cheers.
Cheers. Since one of our presenters had a sudden conflict in their schedule, Ms. Ginger Garte from Lloyd's Register unfortunately will not present. So this brings us to an end. And as all good things come to an end, so does Greentech in Shipping Online. Many of us spent recent time socially distancing to be safe. And our company didn't want to see people in the maritime industry grow apart, as the big common goal to make maritime industry greener is still very important. We have to continue the dialogue and we have to continue creating new partnerships in order to reach this goal. That's why I'd like to thank all of our speakers of our event, and special thanks goes to our main sponsor, Navtech, Naval Technologies, for setting an example and allocating their resources toward creation of a sustainable future. On the plus side, the world is coming back to normal, and we are ready to get back out there and provide you with the best content and best networking experience. I invite you to check our Sustainable Shipping and Ports Forum in Athens this September, and our Greentech in Shipping USA Forum in Miami this October. Once again, thank you for all the viewers, speakers, sponsors for making this possible, and we hope to see you soon. Have a good one.